Missing Person National Park. It's not a name you'll find on any map, but ask the locals and they'll tell you. It's real enough. Trails vanish, campsites stand empty with fires still burning, and every season, another hiker goes in without coming back out. Tonight, you'll hear true, scary camping stories tied to this place. Accounts from ordinary people who set up their tents under the trees and found themselves part of something they couldn't explain. Some lived to tell it. Others left only traces behind. So zip up your tent, keep the lantern close, and listen carefully. These are the true scary camping stories from Missing Person National Park. My name is Marcus Hale. I was raised in a small town where people still told ghost stories at kitchen tables late into the night, where silence in the woods was regarded as a warning and not a comfort. I had spent enough years listening to those stories, laughing them off in the daylight, and quietly fearing them when I walked alone under the trees at dusk. I am 31 years old, and I have always carried with me a strange restlessness, the kind that makes a man take to the road in search of places no one else talks about. That is what led me into the mountains, where fog draped the valleys like a heavy shroud, and where rope bridges stretched across gorges so deep I could hear the distant sound of water gnawing against rock. It was on one of those bridges that I first realized some stories are not told for entertainment, but as warnings left behind like scratched on stone. The fog that day was the thickest I had ever seen. I could not even see the trees. I knew we're just a few feet off the path, their branches bending under the weight of moisture. The air was damp and cold, seeping through my jacket and settling against my skin like a second, clammy layer. I had a map in my pocket and a compass clipped to my belt, but neither offered reassurance. The map showed the line of the trail crossing a gorge, but looking ahead was like staring into a wall of shifting gray. I had to trust the rope bridge was still there, stretched taut between two cliffs, though my instincts screamed that walking forward blindly was a mistake. I remember placing one hand on the rope railing, slick with dew, and testing the first wooden slat with my boot. The boards creaked, old and swollen with years of storms, yet they held. I took another step, then another, each one swallowed by the fog until the world behind me was gone. After the first 20 paces, I stopped looking down. The faint gap between boards revealed nothing but pale mist below, and the thought of what waited under it, whether endless air or jagged rock, was not a thought worth carrying. I told myself to focus on the feel of the rope under my fingers, the sway of the bridge beneath me, the steady rhythm of my own breaths. That was when I heard them. Footsteps. At first, I thought it was the bridge echoing mine, some trick of sound traveling back along the rope. But the rhythm was too clean, too precise. Each of my steps was matched by another, perfectly in time, neither faster nor slower. I stopped, heart thudding, and in the sudden stillness, I heard the soft groan of the wood under weight that was not mine. The steps halted with me, as though whoever was there had also paused to listen. The rope swayed slightly, not in response to the wind, but to something moving behind me. I told myself it was another hiker, someone caught in the same fog, crossing at the same time. But I had not seen anyone all morning. The trailhead had been empty, the parking lot silent, except for the drip of water from branches. I had chosen this path because it promised solitude. I forced myself to turn my head, peering back through the haze. The rope stretched into gray nothingness, vanishing before they reached the other cliff. The bridge behind me was gone, swallowed whole by the fog. My eyes watered from staring, searching for a shape, a shadow, any hint of a person. Nothing. And yet, as I turned forward again and took a cautious step, the footsteps followed, perfectly in rhythm once more. It is a strange thing to feel certainty without evidence. Logic told me the bridge could hold only so much weight, that if someone were on it with me, I should see them, or at least hear the rope strain more heavily. But instinct told me I was not alone. Every nerve in my body bristled, as though the air itself had shifted. I gripped the rope tighter and kept walking, though each step felt like an invitation for something unseen to draw closer. The fog pressed harder, wrapping me in a silence that grew heavier with each moment. Even my own breath felt muted, as if the mist drank the sound before it could leave my lips. Halfway across, I stopped again. My heart hammered so loud, I swore it would shake the boards beneath me. I decided to call out, though my throat felt raw and tight. "Hello," I said, the words strangled, almost childish. The sound carried no echo. It vanished into the mist as though it had been swallowed whole. No one answered. Only the creak of ropes shifting in rhythm, with invisible steps, came back to me. That was when I realized what terrified me most. It was not just that the footsteps followed mine, but that they belonged to something with patience. Whoever or whatever was behind me had no interest in rushing forward, no desire to reveal itself. It was content to mirror me, to keep pace, to wait. By the time the faint outline of the far cliff emerged from the fog, I was nearly running. My boots slammed against the boards, and the ropes strained under my weight, yet the echo behind me did not falter. It did not stumble, did not hurry to catch me, did not even fall away. It matched me step for step, a perfect double, as though the bridge itself carried two shadows, mine and something else. When my boots struck solid ground at last, I whirled around, desperate to see what had been following. But the moment my feet touched earth, the sound stopped. The bridge behind me was gone again, lost in the curtain of fog, and there was only silence. The rope in my hand felt limp, like it had been hanging undisturbed for years. I should have turned back. Any reasonable person would have. But reason felt brittle in that place. I told myself the fog was playing tricks, amplifying the sound of my own footsteps. I told myself the damp and the hunger and the fatigue had worn my nerves thin. And yet, as I stood on that cliff with the bridge vanishing behind me, I could not shake the feeling that I had not crossed alone. Something had crossed with me, and though the steps had stopped, it had not gone away. It had only become quieter. I forced myself onward, following the trail as it wound into the trees. The forest was no more welcoming than the bridge. The fog pooled thickly between trunks, curling around roots and branches until the world felt built of smoke. My compass spun lazily, its needle twitching without direction, and the map crinkled uselessly in my damp hand. I walked because there was nothing else to do, and because standing still felt like inviting the steps to catch up again. Every snap of twig, every drip of water from leaves, sent my nerves jolting. More than once, I turned, certain I would find someone standing just beyond sight. More than once, there was nothing. It must have been an hour before the trail opened into a small clearing. The ground was soft with moss, and a circle of stones marked what had once been a fire pit. Charred wood lay in its center, damp and blackened as though the flames had died only a day or two ago. Relief washed through me at the sight. Someone else had been here, maybe even camped here. It meant I was not as alone as the forest wanted me to believe. I set down my pack, kneeling to touch the ashes, half hoping to find them warm. They were cold, but scattered among them was something stranger. Footprints pressed into the soil around the fire. They were barefoot, narrow, and perfectly clear despite the damp ground. And every single one of them pointed inward, toward the fire, not away. I stood slowly, backing away from the circle. My pulse roared in my ears, louder than the silence of the woods. That was when I heard it again. The footsteps. Not behind me this time, but circling, weaving just outside the edge of the clearing. They pressed into the moss with the same steady rhythm, patient and unhurried. I spun in place, trying to catch a glimpse, but the fog clung tighter than ever. I could hear them, could feel the vibration in the earth, but the space around me remained empty. The sound grew louder until it was impossible to tell how many there were. 2 sets. 6. They moved in tandem, circling me as though measuring the distance, deciding when to close in. I opened my mouth to speak again, but no words came. My throat was locked, as though the fog had filled my lungs. I stumbled backward until my shoulders struck a tree, rough bark biting into my jacket. My mind scrambled for logic, for reason, but none came. There were only the steps, circling, drawing tighter, and the cold certainty that whatever had followed me across that bridge had not left. It had multiplied. The footsteps circled me until I thought I would collapse from the weight of their sound alone. I pressed my back harder against the tree, its bark digging into my skin through the damp layers of my jacket. I told myself that if something solid pressed forward from the fog, if I could just see it, I would know what I was dealing with. But nothing stepped out. Nothing took form. Only the rhythm of steps closing in, tighter and tighter, until suddenly they stopped all at once. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. At least the steps had given me something to measure, some cadence I could brace against. Without them, the forest became suffocating. I strained my ears, listening for a crack of a twig, the whisper of breath, but all I heard was my own pulse rushing in my skull. My mouth was dry, my tongue heavy, and I realized I had been holding my breath for too long. I exhaled in a shaky burst, and as the mist curled in front of my face, I swore I felt another breath brush against my cheek, colder, not mine. I tore myself away from the tree and stumbled forward into the clearing, desperate for movement, for anything that would drown out the possibility of something standing just beside me unseen. My boots struck moss, then the blackened stones of the fire pit. The footprints around the ashes seemed deeper now, as though pressed only moments before. I kicked at the nearest one, scattering soil over its outline, but as I lifted my boot, the print returned beneath it, perfectly whole. The fog thickened, curling inside the circle of stones, rising like smoke from a fire that had never been lit. Panic overtook me. I grabbed my pack and bolted out of the clearing, forcing my legs to move even as the air grew heavier, clinging to my throat. Branches whipped against my arms. Roots clawed at my boots. The trail was gone, devoured by the gray, and I ran blindly, desperate only to put distance between myself and the circle of prints. The forest stretched endlessly, each tree the same, until I felt I was running in place, trapped in some loop with no exit. My lungs burned, my chest ached, and still the fog pressed close. When I finally collapsed, I did not know how I had been running. My knees hit damp earth, and I fell forward onto my hands, gasping. The ground was soft here, spongy with moss, and for a moment I thought I had reached another clearing. But when I lifted my head, I saw that the trees bent in unnatural arcs above me, their branches interlacing until they formed a dome. It was like being inside a cage built of living wood. The fog seeped through the gaps, but lighter now, and in the pale dimness I could see the ground more clearly. Footprints again, circling me. They were not just around me this time, but layered. Dozens of them, pressed over and over into the moss, until the ground was nothing but the memory of feet. I placed my hand into one, and the earth was cold, colder than the rest of the ground, as if touched by frost. Something shifted above. I looked up, and for the first time, I saw movement. A figure hung from one of the branches, swaying gently as though caught by an invisible wind. It was pale, almost translucent, its outline shimmering like water. Its feet dangled inches above the ground, and when I squinted, I realized they were moving, pressing into the air, step after step, as though walking on nothing. Each press sent a vibration down, forming the prints in the moss. The figure's head lolled forward, its face hidden by the tilt. But I knew without knowing that it was watching me. I scrambled back, but every direction I turned, another figure emerged. They hung from branches, from the spaces between trees, their pale bodies suspended yet always walking, always pressing invisible steps into the earth. Some swayed gently, others jerked in sharp, unnatural motions, their legs snapping back into rhythm, like puppets pulled by unseen strings. I counted until I lost track. 5, 10, 15 shapes, each one locked in the same endless march that had haunted the bridge. I did not scream. My voice felt stolen, caught somewhere between my chest and throat. Instead, I turned and forced my legs to move again, slipping through the narrowest gap in the branches. The figures did not reach for me, did not chase, but as I fled, the sound of their footsteps followed, multiplied, as though the entire forest had joined in. Every tree I passed, every shadow I glimpsed, carried the echo of that rhythm, step for step, breath for breath. At last, the ground sloped downward, and the mist thinned enough for me to see a glimmer of water. I stumbled toward it, sliding down the bank, until I reached the edge of a river. The current was slow but steady, carrying fallen leaves along its surface. Relief surged through me at the sight of something solid, something real. Water was movement that belonged to the world, not to whatever haunted the forest. I knelt and splashed it against my face, the cold biting my skin. For the first time in hours, I felt tethered again. Then I saw the footprints in the mud. They lined the riverbank in neat rows, side by side, as though dozens had walked here together. Some faced forward, some backward, some sideways, but none of them trailed off. They simply began and ended, carved into the soil without a path leading to or from them. I pressed my hand against one, desperate to prove it false, and when I lifted my palm, the print had deepened, as if something heavier had just stepped there. Ripples spread across the water. I looked up in time to see shapes forming on the opposite bank, figures pale against the fog. They stood in perfect stillness, yet their reflections in the water moved. Walking in place, pressing step after step into their mirrored world, I stumbled back from the river, tripping over roots, nearly falling into the mud. My mind screamed at me to keep moving, to never let myself be still long enough for them to reach me. The trail had dissolved hours ago, but I forced myself uphill, away from the water, away from the circling prints. My legs shook, my chest ached, and each breath felt like it might split me open, but fear lent me strength. I moved because I had no choice. The forest stretched on endless, and the light above dimmed as though the sun had forgotten to rise. Hours might have passed, or minutes, but eventually I came upon something that made me stop short. Another bridge. It stretched between cliffs, rope and wood sagging under years of wear. The fog clung thicker here than anywhere else, swallowing the far end entirely. My knees weakened at the sight. I had no desire to set foot on it again, no desire to feel those steps following. But behind me, the rhythm had returned. I could hear them clearly now. 100 boots striking earth in perfect unison, though none were mine. I turned just once and saw the fog pulsing, shapes moving inside it, countless figures walking toward me without faces, without eyes, their pale outlines filling the trees. The choice was no choice at all. I placed my hand on the rope and stepped onto the bridge. The wood groaned, sagging beneath me, but it held. One step, then another. My breaths came sharp, shallow, and with each one the footsteps behind me grew louder, multiplying until the air vibrated with them. They followed onto the bridge, yet the ropes did not sag more. The boards did not strain further. It was as if only I carried weight, and they were nothing but sound and shadow. Halfway across, I made the mistake of looking down. The fog shifted just enough to reveal the gorge, black and endless, water glinting faintly at its bottom. But it was not the depth that froze me. It was the sight of figures walking along the surface of the water, their pale feet pressing ripples into the current, step after step, perfectly in rhythm. They looked up as one, and though their faces were blank, I felt the force of their gaze strike me like a stone. My grip on the rope slipped, and I nearly lost balance. I pressed forward blindly, refusing to look again. When my boots finally struck earth on the far side, I collapsed to my knees, clutching the dirt like it might anchor me to life. The footsteps stopped once more. Silence folded over the gorge, heavy and final. The bridge behind me swayed in the fog, empty, untouched, as though no one had ever walked it. My chest heaved, my body shaking with exhaustion, but I could not rest. I knew better now. Silence meant waiting, and waiting they were not finished. I forced myself upright and stumbled forward into the trees. The forest here felt no different, still heavy with mist, still endless. But I sensed something had changed. The rhythm had shifted. I could no longer hear the steps behind me. Instead, I began to hear them ahead, faint at first, then stronger, as though something unseen was walking toward me along the path I had not yet taken. The sound of the steps ahead of me froze me, where I stood. Until now, they had always mirrored me, shadowing every move from behind. But this was different. They were leading me somewhere, as though the forest itself had chosen my path. My throat tightened. Every part of me screamed to turn back, but I already knew what I would find if I did. The same fog, the same silence, and perhaps the same figures waiting just out of sight. Forward was the only direction left, even if it carried me straight into whatever waited. I moved cautiously, my boots pressing softly into the damp earth, trying not to disturb the rhythm ahead. But the steps did not falter. They were unbothered, steady, pulling me along like a tether. The fog parted in faint swells, showing me just enough of the trail to continue. My hands brushed against trunks as I passed, grounding myself in the roughness of bark. Still, my ears strained against every sound, searching for the break-in pattern that would reveal what lay ahead. It never came. The steps were endless, patient, always just far enough away that I could not see their source. After what felt like hours, the trees thinned, and the land began to slope upward. My legs ached, but the path pulled me higher, until at last I broke into another clearing. This one was different. The ground was bare rock, slick with moss, and in its center stood the remains of a stone arch. It must once have been part of something larger, a bridge or a gate, but now only two pillars stood, their tops jagged where time had broken them. The footsteps led directly to the arch, then stopped. I stared at the space between the pillars. It looked like nothing more than fog filling the gap, yet the air shimmered faintly, like heat rising off asphalt. The silence pressed close, heavier than before, and I felt the undeniable weight of being watched. My stomach twisted. I knew the forest had brought me here for a reason, though I could not name it. The prints at my feet, bare, narrow, impossibly precise, seemed to trail into the arch before fading. The figures had walked through. The steps ahead had been their invitation. I told myself to leave. I told myself to turn back, to find another way down the mountain, to accept being lost so long as I remained alive. But my body betrayed me. My feet moved forward as though called by something older than thought. Each step echoed faintly against the rock, and though the sound was mine, it felt doubled, accompanied by something just beneath hearing. When I reached the arch, I hesitated, my hand brushing the cold stone. The shimmer in the air wavered, rippling as though sensing my presence. I closed my eyes and stepped through. The fog broke. On the other side, the air was clear, sharp, and thin, like I had risen suddenly to great altitude. The forest behind me was gone. In its place stretched an endless expanse of stone, flat and cracked, stretching out in all directions beneath a pale sky. No trees, no cliffs, no river, only that empty ground. But I was not alone. They were there. Figures stood in rows across the plain, countless pale bodies, each one swaying faintly, as though caught in a wind I could not feel. Their feet moved ceaselessly, pressing steps into the stone that left. No mark yet rang in my ears like a drumbeat. The rhythm that had haunted me was no longer hidden. It was deafening here, hundreds, no thousands, of footsteps all in perfect unison. They turned their faces toward me, and though their features were blurred, indistinct, the weight of their gaze pressed me to my knees. I wanted to run, but there was nowhere to go. The plain stretched infinitely, and the arch behind me had vanished. I was trapped in their world, whatever it was. The figures began to move, their endless steps shifting into a slow march, converging toward me from every direction. My chest seized with terror. I shouted at them to stop, to leave me, but my voice was drowned beneath the thunder of their rhythm. Closer and closer they came, until the front line stood only a few feet away. Then one of them broke from the formation. It stepped forward, its body flickering as though torn between presence and absence. Its feet struck the stone, but its movements were not perfectly in sync with the others. It was almost human in its hesitation, its stumble, its pause before me. My breath caught. For the first time I could see its face, and it was my own. The figure that wore my shape stared back at me with eyes that glowed faintly, as though lit from within. Its lips moved, but no sound came. Yet I understood. It was not speaking. It was mirroring me. Every shallow breath I took, it took. Every twitch of my hands, it echoed. I lifted my arm, and it lifted its arm in the same broken rhythm. Not perfect this time, but close enough to freeze my blood. It was me, stripped of weight, stripped of soul, an echo made flesh. The horde behind it began to press closer, their endless march unrelenting. The figure of myself reached out, its pale hand trembling as it stretched toward mine. I pulled back instinctively, but the air between us shimmered. My chest ached with pressure, my heartbeat slowing to match the rhythm of their steps. I felt my body weaken, my limbs heavy, as though something was pulling me out from within. My vision blurred, the edges of the world folding inward. I realized what the forest had wanted all along. It did not want to kill me. It wanted to replace me. I staggered back, but the plane gave no ground. The other me pressed forward, its glowing eyes fixed on mine, its steps aligning with the cadence of the horde. My breaths came ragged, desperate, but even they began to falter, sensing to the rhythm. In that moment, I knew if I let it take my hand, I would vanish, just another pale figure marching in endless circles, my body lost in the fog, my soul repeating steps forever. With the last shred of will, I did the only thing I could think to do. I broke the rhythm. I slammed my fists against the stone, shouting wordless sounds that had no pattern, no cadence. I stomped out of time, staggered sideways, threw myself into chaos. The horde faltered, their steps stuttering, the rhythm breaking for the first time. The other me froze, its hand trembling, its eyes flickering like a dying light. The plane trembled beneath us, cracks spreading through the stone as though the world itself was breaking under the disruption. I shouted louder, screamed until my throat tore, thrashing against the invisible pull. The figures screamed back, their soundless mouths open wide, their bodies jerking violently as the rhythm collapsed. The ground split open. I fell through darkness, air rushing past me, my body twisting weightless. The sound of footsteps echoed still, faint, but fading, replaced by the roar of rushing wind. I braced for impact, for pain, for an end. But when I struck ground, it was soft, damp, familiar. I opened my eyes, gasping, and found myself lying on the forest trail. The fog clung thick around me, but the plane was gone, the figures gone. Only trees stood tall above, their branches dripping with mist. My chest heaved. My hands bled from striking stone. My boots were caked with mud. I pushed myself to my knees, dizzy, disoriented, but alive. Behind me, the rope bridge swayed faintly in the mist, empty, quiet. The arch of stone was nowhere to be seen. For a long time, I did not move. I knelt there, listening, waiting for the rhythm to return. The forest was silent, save for the drip of water and the occasional rustle of wind. At last, I rose, every muscle trembling, and forced myself down the trail. I no longer cared about maps, about direction. I only wanted out, wanted distance between myself and that cursed bridge. Hours passed before the fog began to thin. My legs carried me until I stumbled onto a dirt road, rutted with tire tracks. Relief crashed over me so hard I nearly wept. I followed it until the trees broke and the roof of a ranger station came into view. Smoke curled from its chimney, and I saw the faint shape of a truck parked beside it. My body ached, my throat burned, but I dragged myself to the door and pounded on it with the last of my strength. The ranger who opened the door looked at me with wide eyes, taking in my bloodied hands, my torn jacket, my wild stare. He pulled me inside, sat me by the fire, pressed a mug of hot water into my hands. My story spilled out in broken pieces, half mad, half gasped, but he never interrupted. He only listened, his face pale in the firelight. When I finished, trembling, he nodded slowly. "You crossed the bridge in fog," he said, his voice quiet. "You heard the steps. Most don't come back when that happens." I stared at him, waiting for him to laugh, to tell me I was delirious. But he didn't. He simply looked at me with the kind of sorrow that comes from knowing too much. "You'll carry the sound forever now," he added. "It doesn't leave you. Just hope it doesn't find its way back." That night, as I lay on the ranger's cot, staring at the ceiling beams above, I listened. The fire popped softly, the wind rattled against the glass, but beneath it all, faint, almost too faint to hear, I caught it. A rhythm, footsteps, perfect in time with my own heart. My name is Phoebe Wright. I was 27 years old when I agreed to join a small camping trip with 3 of my closest friends, believing it would be a brief escape from the noise of my daily routine. I had no reason to doubt that the forest would be anything more than a place of fresh air, rustling leaves, and the innocent comfort of being away from screens and schedules. I have always enjoyed telling people that I am practical, level-headed, and far from the kind of person who frightens easily. That self-description was true for most of my life, until the night we discovered that the woods are capable of speaking in voices we should never have heard. It began like any ordinary trip. My friend Daniel was the one who had planned everything, choosing a remote campground near the edge of the state forest. He loved the outdoors and was always eager to prove he could thrive in places where modern conveniences failed. Alongside him was Harper, who never seemed to take anything seriously but could be counted on to make even the worst situations lighthearted. The last member of our group was Leah, my closest friend since high school. A woman who trusted maps more than people and who treated every trip as if it were a mission requiring perfect precision. We were an unlikely combination, but together we had shared enough years of memories to imagine that this would simply become one more. The drive into the forest was long, winding, and quiet in a way that gnawed at the edges of comfort. The deeper we traveled, the more the paved road broke apart into gravel, then into uneven dirt that rattled the car. Tall pines pressed inward from both sides, as if the forest had leaned close to watch us arrive. I sat in the passenger seat and kept telling myself that the quiet was nothing unusual. But even then I sensed that the stillness was too deliberate, as though something beyond the trees had instructed the world to hush before we entered. We reached the designated campsite in the late afternoon. The air smelled sharp with sap and soil, and the ground dipped unevenly with roots that seemed to stretch like veins across the earth. We carried our supplies with practiced ease. Tents, sleeping bags, food packed into coolers, and bundles of firewood strapped in the trunk. Setting up the camp was uneventful, though I noticed how quickly the shadows stretched over us long before the sun had fully lowered. The forest canopy filtered the light in a way that made the hours feel stolen. When we finally sat around the fire that evening, Harper's jokes seemed louder than usual, bouncing across the circle, as if the trees themselves echoed his words, back with faint delay. Daniel bragged about how far from civilization we were, raising his mug of coffee, as though he had conquered something meaningful. Leah unfolded her maps for the third time, pointing to where the creek curved east and where we might hike in the morning. I laughed along with them, trying to match their easy mood, but the sensation of being observed clung to me with stubborn weight. On. It was during one of those moments of laughter that we first heard it. The sound drifted from the trees beyond the firelight, thin and high-pitched, like the giggling of a child. We all froze at once. None of us had spoken in that tone, and none of us could mistake the fact that the laughter did not belong to our group. Daniel was the first to speak, his voice carrying the strained calm of someone trying too hard to sound casual. "Probably some other campers messing around," he said, though we all knew how empty the road had been for miles. The laughter came again, this time closer and clearer. It was bright, playful, and wrong in a way that sliced through my skin. It sounded like Leah's laugh, her real laugh, not the polite version she used with strangers. I turned to her, expecting to see her smiling at some private joke, but her expression was pale and rigid. Her mouth had not moved. The four of us stared into the darkness, where the firelight ended, the orange glow breaking into jagged shadows. The forest answered with another burst of laughter, this one unmistakably Harper's. It rose, cracked with the same cadence he had just used, but Harper sat silent beside me, eyes wide and lips pressed tight. Something cold threaded through me, sharper than any autumn air. We listened, every muscle tense, as the woods continued to give us back our own voices, playful and mocking, pitched in tones that were both familiar and foreign. "We're being pranked," Harper muttered, but his words lacked conviction. No one wanted to admit that what we heard was more than a trick. Daniel grabbed a flashlight and stood, his confidence exaggerated to cover the tremor in his stance. "I'll check it out," he said. The beam of light cut across the trees, but it revealed nothing more than rough bark and scattered undergrowth. The laughter paused, then began again, this time echoing all four of us in rapid succession, as though the forest had been recording us for hours. I wanted to tell him to sit back down, that this wasn't the kind of sound you followed, but my throat tightened with fear, and no words came. Leah clutched my sleeve hard enough to leave marks, her eyes reflecting the firelight like glass. "Don't go too far," she whispered, though Daniel was already stepping beyond the circle of warmth, the beam of his flashlight slicing through the dark like a fragile blade. The silence that followed was worse than the laughter. For several minutes, the woods held their breath, and so did we. Then, from somewhere deeper among the trees, Daniel's voice rang out, calling my name. At first I thought he was simply trying to prove it was nothing, but the way my name cracked in his tone made my stomach drop. He shouted again, this time louder, the pitch desperate and wrong. Except Daniel was still standing near the fire, frozen with us, his flashlight trembling in his grip. We fled back toward the tents almost without speaking, driven by an instinct too old and primal to ignore. Inside the nylon walls, we sat close, our breaths uneven, the thin fabric no real barrier against whatever pressed just outside. The voices continued long into the night, sometimes faint and childlike, sometimes low and cruel, but always mimicking us, repeating our laughter, our words, our names, as though the forest had swallowed our identities and was spitting them back in pieces. At some point near dawn, exhaustion stole me into a shallow sleep, filled with dreams of standing before a mirror that did not reflect me properly. In those dreams, my mouth moved, but the sound that came was Leah's laughter, then Harper's, then Daniel's. until finally it was my own voice echoing back in endless loops. I woke with a gasp to pale morning light bleeding through the tent walls, my body cold and damp with sweat. We did not speak much over breakfast. The fire from the night before was a mess of gray ash, the air still heavy with the memory of what had happened. Daniel insisted it was a trick of acoustics, that the valley carried sounds strangely. Leah did not argue, though her silence was heavier than denial. Harper tried to make light of it, saying at least we knew what we sounded like if we ever forgot, but even he could not disguise the tremor in his hands as he packed his gear. I kept watching the tree line, waiting for some sign that the voices had only been a single, terrible incident. Instead, the woods remained still, deceptively ordinary, as if daring us to believe in our own safety again. Yet deep down, I knew something had been listening, something that had chosen to reveal itself, not with footsteps, not with shapes in the dark, but with the one sound we could never mistake, our own. We stayed, though part of me wanted to lead immediately. The logic was simple. Daylight makes people bold. But logic had already betrayed us once, and as we prepared to hike toward the creek Helly had marked on her map, I could not silence the certainty that the forest had not finished speaking. The trail toward the creek was narrow, cut by years of weather and faint boot prints that looked far older than any of us. Leah walked in front, her map folded but clenched tight in her hand, as though the paper itself was a compass she trusted more than her senses. Daniel followed her, the flashlight still strapped to his pack, though daylight made it unnecessary. Harper walked behind me, unusually quiet, his usual stream of jokes replaced by heavy breaths and the occasional scrape of his boots against stone. The forest seemed different in the morning. Brighter, yes, but not safer. It was the kind of brightness that revealed too much, showing us just how far the trees stretched, how endless their repetition could feel, when every trunk looked identical. The air smelled clean, damp from dew, yet there was something beneath it, an undertone of rot, faint but persistent, like a reminder that life in the woods always fed on death. We didn't talk much. It wasn't until we reached the creek that anyone said anything at all. The water was narrow but fast, cutting sharp silver between stones worn smooth with age. Leah crouched beside it, running her hand through the current. "Cold," she said, her voice almost casual. "We can refill bottles here." Daniel knelt beside her, dipping his canteen with a kind of forced cheer. "See, normal forest. Nothing strange." He smiled too wide, too practiced, and his reflection in the water didn't quite match the curve of his lips. I blinked, and it was gone, the surface rippling innocently as though it had never betrayed him. I chose not to drink right away. Something about the way the creek hissed against the rocks unnerved me. It sounded like whispering, like the hush of 1,000 small voices layered beneath the water's surface. When Harper finally broke his silence, it wasn't with a joke but with a blunt observation. "It's watching us," he said. Leah glanced at him sharply. "What do you mean?" "The woods. Whatever laughed last night. It knows we're still here." His eyes scanned the tree line as he spoke, daring the forest to contradict him. Nothing did. The trees stood indifferent, but the silence between them carried weight. We filled bottles quickly and started back, unwilling to linger by the creek. That was when we heard it again. The laughter. It was faint at first, high, pitched and childlike, carried on the wind. This time, however, it was not a repetition of the night before. It was fresh. It was now. We froze, and the sound came again clearer, bubbling with a joy so wrong it scraped against the bones of the forest. Then came the words, spoken in my voice. This way. I felt my throat tighten because I had not spoken. Yet the words were mine, lifted perfectly. Even the cadence of how I might say them, if I were trying to coax someone into following me. Daniel swore under his breath. Harper backed up a step. Leah's hand gripped my wrist. Don't answer, she whispered. Don't speak at all. The voice repeated, louder this time. This way, it urged again, cheerful, insistent. Then came another voice, Harper's unmistakable. Hurry, it's fun. My stomach turned, because Harper stood right behind me, pale as paper, his mouth shut tight. The woods were playing us like instruments, plucking notes of our voices from some hidden place and weaving them back into the air. Daniel pulled his knife from his belt, though it was a useless gesture. We'll go back, he said firmly, though his voice cracked halfway through. Right now. We turned, retracing our steps toward camp, moving faster than before. The laughter followed, darting between trees, sometimes ahead of us, sometimes behind, as though whatever owned it circled with ease while we stumbled clumsily through the undergrowth. At one point, I swear I heard my own voice calling Lee's name soft and pleading, and when she nearly turned her head toward the sound, I grabbed her arm and pulled her forward. By the time we reached camp, my lungs burned with exertion. The tents stood exactly as we had left them. The fire pit cold, our supplies undisturbed. The normalcy was jarring, like the forest wanted us to believe we had only imagined everything. But we had not imagined. I could still feel the echo of my own stolen words rattling inside my chest. We sat in silence for a long time. Harper lit a cigarette, even though he had sworn to quit months ago, and the sharp smoke curled upward like a fragile shield. Daniel paced, muttering half-formed plans that made no sense. Lee spread her map again, tracing lines with her finger as if directions could protect us. Finally, I spoke, my voice quieter than I intended. It's not just laughing, it's learning. They all looked at me, waiting. I swallowed, the weight of the truth settling heavy on my tongue. Last night it only copied what we'd already said. Today it used new words. It told us where to go. It's not just repeating, it's practicing, like it wants to get better. No one argued. They didn't need to. They had heard it too. The day dragged slowly, each hour heavy with anticipation. We stayed close to camp, too afraid to wander far. Every so often, a faint giggle or a stolen phrase drifted from the woods, but it never came close enough to see. The forest seemed to be waiting, patient, as though it had no need to rush us. When night fell, the dread deepened. We built the fire high, feeding it more wood than we should have. Desperate for light, the flames roared, casting long shadows that twitched like figures waiting at the edges. The voices began again. First laughter, then words, then whole conversations, snatches of dialogue that had never been spoken, but could have been. They sounded like us around the fire, joking, teasing, confiding. Except none of us moved our lips. Leah clutched my hand so tightly I lost feeling in my fingers. Daniel sat rigid, his knife across his knees, eyes darting at every shadow. Harper muttered curses under his breath, though his voice shook. Then, from the darkness, I heard my own voice say, "Let's go see them." It was calm, steady, so much like me it made bile rise in my throat. Harper's voice followed, dripping with excitement. Yes, let's join them. Daniel's voice, cold and firm. They won't fight. And finally Leah's, trembling but eager. They want us to. The fire popped loudly, startling us. None of us had spoken, but the forest had woven an entire conversation in our voices. Worse, it sounded believable, as if it had peeled into our minds and stolen the private tones we might use if we really had meant those words. We sat paralyzed, too afraid to speak, too afraid not to. My chest ached with the need to say something, anything, to drown out the imitation of myself. But Lee shook her head fiercely, eyes wild, and mouthed one word: no. Hours passed like that, voices circling us, mocking us, building new sentences from our tones. At times, it laughed like a child again, as if enjoying the game. At times, it whispered like a friend, coaxing us closer. At times, it grew low and guttural, dragging our voices into something inhuman. Eventually, exhaustion forced us to retreat into the tents, though none of us truly slept. I lay in my sleeping bag, every sound magnified. Every breath beside me proof that I wasn't alone. Yet even through the thin fabric walls, I could still hear it. My own voice whispered from outside, soft as a lullaby. "Phoebe, come out. Just for a minute." I pressed my hands over my ears, but I could still feel the words crawl into me, warm and intimate, like someone breathing directly against my skin. At some point, my exhaustion blurred the edges of fear into dreams again. This time, I dreamed I was standing in the woods, facing three versions of myself. One laughed in a high, childlike tone. One spoke calmly, coaxing me forward. The third simply stared, lips moving silently, as though rehearsing words it hadn't yet learned. When I woke, gray light had crept across the fabric of the tent. I turned, expecting to see Leah still curled in her sleeping bag beside me, but the space was empty. Panic struck like a blade. I scrambled out, heart pounding, only to find her crouched near the edge of camp, staring into the trees. Her map was open in her lap, but she wasn't looking at it. She was listening. I knew it before I heard it myself. The voice calling her name, her exact tone, pleading softly. "Leah," it said. "It's safe. Trust me." And for one horrifying moment, I saw her lean forward, as if ready to rise and follow. I lunged forward and grabbed Leah's arm before she could move another inch. Her body was tense, trembling, as though every part of her was torn between resisting and obeying. Her eyes were glassy, locked on the tree line where her own voice coaxed her softly from the dark. "Don't listen," I whispered, shaking her until she finally blinked and looked at me. Her lips quivered, but she didn't speak. She didn't have to. I could tell from the way she clutched my wrist that she had almost believed the forest more than me. The others scrambled out of their tents at the commotion. Daniel's face was pale, his jaw set. Harper looked half asleep but alarmed, cigarette already in hand, like he thought smoke might fend off whatever waited beyond camp. "It's trying to pull us out one at a time," Daniel said grimly. He didn't even bother pretending anymore. The confidence from before had drained away, leaving only survival instinct. "If we follow, we won't come back." The forest seemed to answer him. My voice, calm and assured, drifted from the trees. "Yes, you will." Then laughter, childlike and shrill, rippled through the branches, circling us like a predator. We knew we couldn't stay. The woods weren't just watching us. They were working on us, wearing us down. With each hour, it learned more, grew bolder. By nightfall, I wasn't sure we'd still trust ourselves to know what was real. Leah closed her map and folded it with stiff hands. "There's another trail leading back toward the road," she said. "It's longer, but we might avoid." She cut herself off, unwilling to finish. Avoid what? The voices, the thing using them. Naming it felt dangerous, like giving it power. We broke camp quickly, stuffing gear into packs without care for order. The only thought was escape. Daniel led, knife in hand, though it looked small against the weight of what stalked us. I followed, with Leah close beside me, her lips pressed so tightly together they turned white. Harper trailed last, muttering curses under his breath as if he could keep himself tethered to the real world by sheer profanity. The path was uneven, winding through dense undergrowth that snagged our clothes and scratched our skin. Every few steps, laughter echoed ahead, behind, or off to the side. Sometimes it was faint, like children hiding just out of sight. Sometimes it was booming, cruel, distorted. Once, I heard my own scream echo from somewhere far off. It was the sound of me in pain, ragged and desperate. My stomach lurched, and I nearly doubled over. But Leah's grip on my sleeve pulled me upright again. "Don't stop," she hissed. "It wants that." Daniel pressed forward with single-minded determination. His flashlight beam cut the shadows, though the sun was still up. At one point, the path split and we hesitated. From the left trail, Harper's voice called, "This way, faster." We froze. Harper stood with us, wide-eyed. That wasn't me. From the right trail, Leah's voice urged, "No, here. Trust me." The forest had set its trap. Daniel swore and chose the middle ground, forcing his way straight through the brush between the trails. Branches whipped our faces, thorns tore at our arms, but none of us protested. Better to bleed from scratches than from trust. As we stumbled onward, the voices grew louder, overlapping, a chorus of ourselves. They spoke in fragments. "I'm scared. Keep going. Wait for me. It's fun." Each phrase was one of ours, stolen, rearranged, made into something grotesque. Hours passed. The sun bled lower through the trees, turning gold into red. My legs ached, my throat burned, but stopping felt impossible. The laughter never fully ceased. It only shifted, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, sometimes inside my own head. When the path finally opened into a clearing, we collapsed more than stopped. The grass was tall, swaying gently. In the center stood a ring of stones, blackened as though once used for fire. We hadn't seen it on Leah's map. That unsettled her more than anything else. "This place isn't marked," she said, scanning the paper as though searching for proof of its existence. "It shouldn't be here." Harper spat into the grass. "Yeah, no kidding." The voices fell silent. The sudden absence was worse than the noise. My ears rang with the emptiness, as if I had grown used to being mocked and could no longer bear the quiet. We sat in the clearing, breathing hard, uncertain. Daniel suggested lighting a fire, but Lee refused. "No fire," she whispered. "That's what it wants. That's how it finds us." The sky darkened overhead. Stars pricked through, cold and sharp. I tilted my head back, and my stomach dropped. The constellations didn't look right. They were skewed, bent, as though drawn by an unsteady hand. One cluster of stars stretched into a crooked curve that looked disturbingly like a mouth. Before I could say anything, the laughter returned, above us. It came from the sky, raining down like a storm. I clutched my ears, but it seeped through, a sound too large, too endless. Daniel shouted something I couldn't hear. Leah crouched, covering her head. Harper screamed, his voice swallowed by the chorus of our own stolen tones. When it finally stopped, silence hit with crushing weight. My own heartbeat sounded like thunder. Daniel pointed toward the tree line. In the darkness, shapes shifted. At first they looked like people. 4 of them. Then I realized they were us. Figures emerged slowly from the shadows, their outlines wrong but familiar. One wore Harper's grin, 2 wide, teeth gleaming. One walked with Leah's careful posture, clutching a folded map. Another held Daniel's knife, twirling it lazily. The last one, it was me. I couldn't breathe. The figure that looked like me tilted its head, smiling with my mouth, but not my eyes. When it spoke, the voice was perfect. "Phoebe," it said warmly, "come with us." Leah whimpered beside me. Harper swore violently. Daniel raised his knife, but the copy of him laughed and mirrored the motion, brandishing a blade that glinted though it had no light to catch. They circled the clearing, staying just beyond the ring of stones. Their movements were smooth, almost playful, like predators toying with prey. My double crouched low, eyes locked on mine. "Don't you want to see what it's like?" it asked. "We know you. We are you." I shook my head violently, but my legs wouldn't move. The ground felt heavy, as though the soil itself had wrapped chains around my ankles. Leah suddenly shouted, "Stay inside the stones." Her voice cracked with desperation. "It can't come in." I didn't know if she was right, but the figures stopped at the edge of the stone ring, pacing like caged animals. They laughed, spoke, whispered, all in our voices, building a cacophony that scraped against my skull. The night stretched endlessly. We huddled inside the ring, clinging to the fragile hope that the stones protected us. The doubles prowled just beyond, patient, relentless. At times they sat, mimicking our posture, as though waiting for us to forget which side we belonged on. When dawn finally came, pale light spilling across the clearing, the figures were gone. Only the laughter lingered, faint and distant, fading with the retreat of shadows. We left the clearing without a word, following the path until it finally spat us out onto the dirt road where Daniel's car waited. Relief crashed over me so hard I nearly sobbed. We piled in, slamming doors, refusing to look back at the forest. The drive out was silent. No one spoke, not even Harper. The trees thinned, the road straightened, and still, I didn't breathe easily until we hit pavement again. Only then did Daniel glance at us in the rearview mirror. His expression was hollow, empty. "We're never speaking of this," he said. Leah nodded weakly. Harper lit another cigarette, his hands shaking. I stared out the window, the forest shrinking behind us, but I knew we hadn't escaped. Not really. That night, back in my apartment, I sat in bed, trying to believe in safety. But when I turned off the light, the darkness filled with sound. My own laughter, high and childlike, bubbled up from the corners of the room. My name is Jonah Wells, and I have always believed in the logic of maps. Lines, contours, symbols, and numbers held in order that made sense of the wilderness, turning chaos into something navigable. As a boy, I loved tracing my finger along rivers printed in pale blue ink, imagining the sound of rushing water hidden in those thin lines. I admired the clean geometry of contour marks, stacked like ribs across a mountainside, promising slopes and valleys even before I saw them. Maps meant certainty, and I trusted them like others trust prayers. That is why, when I set out alone into the backcountry last September, I thought my compass and map would guard me from the woods' unpredictability. I was wrong. The woods have no loyalty to logic, and I learned too late that sometimes the map is already waiting for you. The trip began with a kind of optimism only solitude can bring. I parked my truck at a gravel turnout before sunrise, the mist still clinging to the treetops like smoke, and shouldered a pack heavier than it should have been. The air was sharp with the smell of wet pine needles and earth. The trailhead sign was faded, letters carved decades ago. But it was enough to remind me I was entering territory that demanded attention and respect. My plan was simple: hike along the ridge, set camp by the creek on the first night, and then cut deeper into the forest where trails gave way to game paths. It was the sort of plan I relished, structured on paper yet free in practice. The first day went as smoothly as I could have wished. I walked beneath towering maples, whose leaves had just begun to tinge yellow, their branches whispering with the restless wind. Deer tracks dotted the mud, and once I startled a pheasant that burst upward in a storm of wings. By late afternoon, I found the creek exactly where the map promised it would be. I pitched my tent beside the rushing water, its sound steady enough to soothe the edges of loneliness. I cooked a simple meal on my small stove, wrote a line or two in my weather-worn journal, and crawled into my sleeping bag with the strange satisfaction of knowing I was exactly where I intended to be. That night, the compass began its betrayal. I pulled it from my pocket when the darkness deepened, more out of habit than necessity. Its red needle spun lazily, turning circles across the face like a toy top. I tapped it once, then again, assuming some quirk of magnetism from the rocks beneath me. But the needle did not settle. It turned endlessly, quickening as if mocking my expectation of stability. I shook the compass hard, but it only whirled faster, and in the glow of my headlamp the arrow looked like a frantic heartbeat. Unease pressed into me, but I closed the case and told myself it was nothing more than faulty equipment. Every woodsman has dealt with bad tools. I could rely on my map instead. The second day I continued, though I admit I started off with a subtle wariness. The path was narrower, barely more than a suggestion between trees, but my map assured me I was on course. Around midday, I stopped to rest on a moss-covered boulder and unrolled the paper from its waterproof sleeve. That was when my blood chilled. The trail I had walked since dawn was already drawn on the page. Not only the general route, but the very curves of my detours, the rock where I had stopped, even a small X beside it, as though I had marked the exact spot. And next to the X, in the margin, words appeared in a handwriting I recognized instantly my own. The ink was dark, as if freshly written, though my pen had never touched the paper. The note said only, "Don't stay too long." I stared until the lines blurred. My hands trembled as I touched the letters, half expecting them to smear beneath my fingers. But they remained sharp and dry. I rifled through my pack, pulling out my journal and flipping to the last page I had written the night before. The handwriting matched perfectly. My heart thumped with a mix of disbelief and fear. How could my map be annotated with notes I had never written? I told myself maybe I had marked it absent-mindedly, though I knew that was impossible. Still, denial is a powerful balm. I folded the map quickly, returned it to its sleeve, and forced myself onward. The woods grew heavier as I pushed deeper. Sunlight slanted weakly through the canopy, and the air smelled of damp soil and decaying leaves. I felt eyes on me, though I saw no movement. Once, when I stopped to drink from my bottle, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, matching mine. When I spun around, the path was empty, only shadows swaying with the wind. My compass remained useless, its needle a constant whir of madness. So I relied on the map, despite the dread coiled in my gut. Each time I unfolded it, the path ahead was already drawn, and more notes appeared. Some were brief. Rest here. Don't look left. While others were longer, cryptic phrases that raised the hairs on my neck. Your reflection knows. One said beside a small pond symbol. Another near a hollow mark warned. They are louder at dusk. By late afternoon, my unease had curdled into something darker. I began to dread checking the map. Yet I could not resist. It felt like reading a diary written by a version of myself, one step ahead. Someone who had walked the ground before me. The strangest part was that the handwriting changed subtly as the notes multiplied. At first it was neat and steady, identical to the way I wrote in my journal. But by the third day, the letters grew jagged, rushed, as though written in panic. Words slanted across the page with a frantic urgency, ink digging deep into the paper. I recognized it as my hand, but it looked like my hand under duress, as if the forest itself had bent my script. The third night was the worst. I set camp in a small clearing, where the ground sloped downward toward a bog. The map had marked it in advance with another X and a line that read, "Do not sleep." I told myself I had to be hallucinating, that exhaustion and hunger had warped my perception. But when the sun dipped, and the forest filled with its chorus of nocturnal sounds, the air turned oppressively still. Crickets hushed, owls did not call, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. My tent, small and fragile, felt like a coffin. I tried to close my eyes, but the silence pressed against me until I thought I would scream. Around midnight, I could no longer bear it. I unzipped the flap and stepped out into the moonlight. My compass spun madly in my palm. I pulled out the map against my better judgment, and my stomach dropped. The clearing was sketched in faint pencil lines, and there, right where I stood, another note waited. You are not alone. I froze, my breath steaming in the cold air. Something moved at the edge of the clearing, a shape darker than the trees. It did not advance, only lingered, watching. I could not see eyes, but I felt them, heavy and unblinking. I clutched the map to my chest like it could shield me. When I looked again, the shape was gone, leaving only the trembling of leaves. I did not sleep. I packed my gear before dawn and moved on, my body leaden but my mind sharper than it had ever been. Every rustle made me jump. Every tree looked like it leaned closer when I passed. The forest had turned hostile, or maybe it had always been, and I was only now seeing it. I told myself I had to finish the loop, to reach the trail that would guide me back toward the truck. But the map had other intentions. The drawn line curved deeper into the unmarked wild, away from the path I had planned. And beside the new curve, in handwriting that looked nearly frantic, I read, "Trust me." I wish I could say I resisted. I wish I could claim I ignored the map and found my way back with instinct. But I followed. Each step felt rehearsed, like I was walking in footprints I could not see. The forest seemed to bend around me, funneling me forward. I began to suspect that no matter what choice I made, the line on the map would already be drawn, waiting for me. The thought gnawed at me until I felt like nothing more than an echo of a decision already made. When the sun sank again, I stumbled upon a ridge overlooking the valley. The view should have been breathtaking, mountains rolling like waves beneath a burning sky. But my eyes caught only the map. I opened it with shaking hands, knowing what I would find. There it was, the ridge. A small circle drawn where I stood, and beneath it, in handwriting so jagged it looked carved, 3 words. Do not leave. The ridge held me longer than I intended, as if the 3 words on the map had rooted my boots to the stone. Do not leave. They stared up at me like a verdict, written in my own hand but not my will. The valley below glowed with the fading light, a sea of treetops swaying in slow rhythm, and I could almost believe that nothing unnatural lurked there. Yet the map in my hands made the forest feel like a mouth, and I had already stepped onto its tongue. I folded the paper, tucked it into my pocket, and told myself I would keep moving until I found a sign of the real trail. The forest, however, had grown expert at turning my will against me. Night came quickly. By the time I descended from the ridge, the world was swaddled in shadow, and the moon was still hiding behind clouds. I dared not set up camp, after what the note had warned, so I walked by the dim light of my headlamp, every step crunching, through leaves louder than it should have been. The woods around me seemed to move with me. Branches rattled though no wind touched them. Roots curved across my path, in shapes that looked deliberate, like letters too large to read. My chest tightened with the sensation of being guided, though whether by the map or by something unseen in the forest, I could not tell. At one point, I pulled the compass from my pocket, hoping against reason that the needle had calmed. It had not. It whirled as though caught in some unseen current, spinning so fast it blurred into a solid ring. I felt dizzy watching it. I snapped the lid shut and shoved it back down, but the spinning seemed to echo in my head, a constant circling that matched the pounding of my blood. I stumbled into a hollow near midnight. The ground dipped into a shallow bowl, and in its center lay a pool of water black as tar. The surface reflected my headlamp in a trembling, warped way, and when I knelt to fill my bottle, I froze. The reflection was not in rhythm with me. My hand hovered over the water, yet the figure in the pool reached first, fingers grazing the surface before I moved. Its head tilted at a sharper angle than mine, its mouth curving into something too wide. I jerked back, nearly spilling into the water, my breath choking in my throat. My hands shook as I yanked the map free, needing to see if it had expected this. Sure enough, next to the hollow symbol, a line of handwriting stretched. Your reflection knows. I staggered away, refusing to look back at the pool, though I could feel that other version of me still watching. My body trembled with exhaustion, but terror burned through fatigue like fire. I forced myself onward until I found higher ground, a slope littered with granite outcrops. There I finally collapsed, back against the cold stone, too spent to build a shelter. I told myself I would only rest my eyes for a moment. The forest had other plans. Dreams swallowed me almost instantly, vivid and heavy. I walked along a path of paper laid over the forest floor, maps spread endlessly, one overlapping another. Each step left prints that inked themselves into new lines and notes. I could hear scratching, the sound of a pen racing over paper just out of sight, and the air smelled of iron and old books. When I lifted one sheet, the lines beneath bled with fresh black strokes, handwriting carving itself as though an invisible hand wrote at speed. The words repeated, "Keep walking, keep walking, keep walking." I woke with a start, the echo of the scratching still in my ears, and for a long moment I could not tell if I was awake at all. The dawn brought no relief. The forest looked sickly in the gray light. Branches twisted like ribs, leaves brittle as paper. My throat ached with thirst, but I dared not return to the hollow. I chewed dry rations and forced myself to stand. The map's line wound forward, curling into a path I had not walked yet, but felt already under my feet. A new note had appeared during the night, written in the same jagged hand. Hurry, they follow. My stomach knotted. I had heard no footsteps, seen no silhouettes behind me, but the words stirred something primal. I began moving faster than I should have, stumbling over roots, scraping my hands on bark when I fell. Every time I stopped to breathe, I felt the woods lean closer, listening. By midday, I reached a stand of dead trees. Their bark had sloughed away, leaving pale trunks rising like bones. No birds called here, no insects hummed. The silence pressed into my ears until I thought I could hear the blood rushing in my veins. I unfolded the map, praying for guidance, and wished I had not. A skull shape had been drawn among the dead trees, hollow sockets inked in dark strokes, and beneath it a warning scrawled in letters so harsh they nearly tore the paper. Do not look left. My heart raced. I clenched my jaw, forcing my eyes forward, but the weight of the command was unbearable. Every instinct screamed at me to glance, to confirm what the map feared. My neck trembled with the effort. At last my will broke, and I flicked my gaze left. A figure stood between the dead trunks, tall and pale, with limbs too long for its body. Its face was not a face but a shifting smear, as if erased from the page of existence. It did not move, yet my skin crawled as if it were already upon me. I snapped my eyes forward again, and staggered into a run, my breath tearing out of me in ragged gasps. Behind me, branches creaked though no wind blew, and the silence grew heavier, thicker, like a cloth pressed over my mouth. I dared not look back. My legs burned until I thought they would give, but fear drove me like a lash. When I finally collapsed against a tree, chest heaving, I forced my eyes to the map again. The line bent downward into a ravine, where blue ink showed a river. Beside it, a calmer hand, still mine, but more careful, had written, "Cross here." For once, the words did not feel like a warning but an instruction, and though every part of me wanted to resist, I obeyed. I slid down the slope, rocks cutting my palms, until the sound of water grew loud in my ears. The river roared between high banks, frothing white against jagged stone. It was no shallow ford. Crossing would mean a battle against the current, but something in me believed that is why it had been chosen. I stripped off my outer layer, tied my boots to my pack, and stepped into the torrent. The water was ice, clamping around my legs with crushing force. My breath stuttered, but I pushed forward, every muscle screaming. Midway across, the current nearly took me, dragging me downriver, but my hand found a slick boulder and clung. For a moment, I thought I would be swept under, but sheer desperation hauled me forward until my knees struck the far bank. I crawled onto the mud, gasping, my body shaking with cold and terror. When I looked back, my breath hitched. On the opposite bank, between the trees, the pale figure stood again. It did not wade into the river. It only waded, head tilting slowly, as though marking my passage. I tore my eyes away and fumbled the map open. To my surprise, the river was drawn clearly, my line traced across it. But the pale figure had also been sketched on the other side, a crude silhouette inked into the margin. Beside it in hurried writing, "It cannot cross. Relief and dread warred inside me. Safe, perhaps, but only for now. The forest beyond the river was denser, darker. Sunlight barely pierced the canopy, and the air carried a dampness that smelled of rot. My body ached from cold, but I forced myself forward, clutching the map like it was the only tether to sanity. New lines appeared with each mile, twisting deeper into unmarked terrain. I no longer knew how many days had passed. Hunger gnawed at me, thirst scraped my throat raw, and still I walked, compelled by the path drawn before I stepped upon it. That evening, I came upon something unnatural. In a clearing stood a structure. Not a cabin, not a tower, but a frame of wood lashed together, like scaffolding half-built. Strange symbols had been carved into its beams, spirals and crosshatches that seemed to shift when I blinked. The map had already captured it, the structure inked in heavy strokes, and beside it a final note waited. Here you must decide. The words bled into me, heavier than any warning. I stepped closer, running my fingers over the carvings. They were deep, gouged as though with desperate hands, and the wood beneath was cold despite the day's heat. Inside the frame was only emptiness, a hollow waiting to be filled. My chest tightened with a terrible understanding. This was not a shelter, but a place of binding, a snare for something greater than me. I sat at the edge of the clearing, trembling. The map spread across my knees. For the first time, I considered tearing it to shreds, burning it, casting it into the river. But my hands would not move. It felt less like paper now and more like skin, fragile and alive, pulsing faintly with each of my breaths. The path curved into the structure, ending at its center. The line stopped there, waiting. No words followed. For the first time, the map offered silence. That silence was worse than any warning. The silence from the map spread outward until it seemed to choke the forest itself. I sat at the clearing's edge, the paper trembling in my hands, the inked line ending at the center of that wooden frame. No more words, no warnings, no instructions, just an unfinished sentence waiting for me to supply the final mark. My heart pounded like it wanted to escape my chest. The idea that I had been guided here, step by step, not by chance but by something older and hungrier, settled into me like cold stone. I told myself I could still turn back. I could retrace the river, find another way, escape the line's pull. But when I glanced at the map again, my throat closed. The route behind me had been erased. Where once my path had snaked back toward the ridge, there was now only blank parchment. Empty forest. Every step I had taken was gone, leaving me stranded at the map's abrupt terminus. I crumpled forward, clutching my hair, the realization crashing through me. There was no going back. The only direction left was forward, into the hollow of that skeletal frame. The structure loomed taller the closer I stepped, beams lashed together at unnatural angles. They creaked though no wind stirred, like ribs flexing in breath. The symbols carved into the wood writhed subtly, patterns slipping out of recognition the longer I stared. I reached a trembling hand to touch one spiral, and the instant my skin brushed the groove, a sound split the air. Not a voice, not quite, but the scratch of pen on paper, magnified 100-fold, filling the clearing with its frantic rhythm. I staggered back, clutching my ears. But the sound did not fade. It came from everywhere: air, trees, ground, and worst of all, from the folded map still clutched in my other hand. I snapped it open, and horror surged through me. The line, once ending in the center of the frame, had begun to extend itself, curling into new shapes even as I watched. Ink spread across the page like veins, forming words in a script that shook with violent energy. They were mine, my handwriting unmistakable, though I had never written them. Stand inside. Complete it. My stomach heaved. I wanted to throw the map away, but my fingers would not unclench. It felt fused to me, part of my flesh. The scratching sound grew louder, more desperate, until it vibrated in my bones. I don't know what compelled me. Fear, exhaustion, or some threat of inevitability. But my legs carried me into the center of the frame. The moment my boots crossed the threshold, the forest changed. The trees bent inward, their trunks groaning like old hinges. Shadows deepened unnaturally, thickening until they swallowed the clearing's edges. The air pressed heavy on my skin, and the symbols carved into the beams flared faintly, glowing like embers. I wanted to scream, but my voice stuck in my throat. The scratching ceased. For the first time in days, there was true silence, so absolute it felt like the world itself was holding breath. Then came a new sound: footsteps. Slow, deliberate, circling just beyond the frame. I turned, but the shadows outside were too dense to pierce. My compass whirled in my pocket, rattling against its case. I pulled the map up in desperation, and new words inked themselves even as I watched. It is you. My vision swam. I staggered back against the beams, the wood cold and damp under my palms. The footsteps stopped, and for a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then a figure stepped through the shadow. It was me, or rather, it wore me. My face, my clothes, my stance, as if mirrored perfectly. But its eyes were black pits, ink dripping from the sockets like tears. Its lips curled into a grin wider than mine had ever stretched. And when it spoke, the words clawed across my ears in my own voice, yet deeper, distorted. You've drawn well. My knees buckled. The figure stepped closer, every movement wrong, joints bending too smoothly, like a marionette tugged by strings. It circled me, eyes leaving streaks of darkness in the air, and I could not tell if I was prey or reflection. The map writhed in my hand. New lines scrawled across it in frenzy, forming concentric circles around the center of the frame. At their heart, two words carved themselves in jagged strokes. Choose now. My doppelganger tilted its head, waiting. I understood dimly that the structure was meant for this. A binding, a merging, or perhaps a replacement. The map had not been guiding me to escape, but to this confrontation, this decision. My stomach turned to ice as realization sank in. Only one of us could leave. The figure lunged. I staggered aside, slamming against a beam, pain blooming in my shoulder. The air inside the frame pulsed with energy, thick enough to choke. The thing's hands, my hands, grasped at me, fingers slick with ink that burned cold against my skin. I thrashed, kicking, struggling like a trapped animal. My pack tore free and spilled, my journal scattering across the dirt. The creature's eyes locked on it, and its grin widened. It wanted more than my body. It wanted my story, my words, my mark on the world. Rage flared hot inside me, born of fear. I snatched the journal before it could, clutching it against my chest. You're not me. I spat, though my voice trembled. The figure cocked its head, then slowly, deliberately reached into its own chest. Its fingers sank into its ribs as if the flesh were paper, and when they withdrew, they held a folded map, identical to mine, stained with black ink. It unfurled it slowly, and I saw my path traced there too, every step mirrored. Only its line did not stop at the frame. It continued beyond, into blank space filled with spiraling marks. My breath hitched. This was not just a reflection. It was a replacement one step ahead, one story deeper. The map in my hand burned. I looked down, and new words scrawled themselves across the margin. Destroy it. I knew instantly what it meant. Not my journal, not the frame, but the map itself. The thing that had guided me here, ensnared me, bound me to this nightmare. My hands shook as I tried to tear it, but the parchment resisted like leather, flexing but refusing to rip. Ink oozed from its creases, staining my skin. The figure lunged again, shrieking in my voice, and we crashed together. I slammed the map against its chest, ink soaking into the thing's skin. It screamed, the sound like tearing paper, and the beams of the frame shook violently. The symbols carved into the wood flared brighter, searing light stabbing through the clearing. The map writhed like a living thing, curling, cracking, splitting down the middle with a sound like thunder. The figure convulsed, its form shuddering between mine and something faceless, featureless, a blank page of flesh. Its scream choked off, replaced by silence. And then it collapsed, melting into a puddle of black ink that hissed against the dirt. The map in my hands dissolved with it, fragments flaking away like ash until nothing remained but stains on my palms. When the light faded, the forest was still. The beams of the frame stood blackened, their carvings charred into illegibility. I stumbled out, legs barely holding me, my chest aching with every breath. The clearing smelled of smoke and iron. My journal lay in the dirt where I had dropped it, miraculously untouched. I picked it up with trembling fingers, clutching it like a lifeline. The compass, when I checked it, finally settled, its needle pointing steady north for the first time since I had entered the woods. Relief cracked through me like sunlight, but it was tainted with dread. The map was gone, yes, but so was every trace of how I had come. I no longer knew the way back. I wandered for what felt like hours, following the compass blindly. The forest grew lighter as the day stretched, and eventually I stumbled onto a faint trail, overgrown but real. My chest tightened with hope as I followed it, and by nightfall, I saw the glint of metal in the distance. A signpost, weathered and rusted, marking the trailhead I had once passed days ago. My truck sat alone in the gravel turnout, its windows fogged but whole. I nearly collapsed when I reached it, tears stinging my eyes. Yet the story does not end with escape. Even now, back in the safety of my home, with walls and locks and no whispering trees, I cannot shake what followed me. My journal, though intact, sometimes carries new lines when I wake. Notes written in my hand but not my memory. They are short, always brief, but always ahead. Stay inside. Don't answer. It is near. I burn the pages as they come, but more appear. And sometimes, in mirrors or windows, I catch sight of myself lagging a fraction behind, lips moving before mine, eyes a shade darker. I don't trust maps anymore. I don't trust paper. I can't even trust the words I write now, because I don't know if they are mine or the version that survived in the woods. All I know is that the forest gave me a choice, and I made it. I left something behind in that clearing, or maybe it left me behind. And when the time comes, when the notes finally end, I fear I will see that frame again, waiting, empty, ready to finish the story I never wanted to begin. My name is Iris Caldwell. I am 31 years old, and I work as a freelance travel writer who has always favored quiet, overlooked places instead of the tourist, heavy spots people expect when they hear the word travel. For most of my adult life, I have carried with me a restless spirit that drives me to seek out pockets of silence where the world folds in on itself and the noise of cities cannot follow. I tell myself that solitude is my profession's ally, but the truth is more complicated than that. Silence has always been my compass, and perhaps my curse. I planned the camping trip alone. It was late summer, edging into autumn, when the days still held warmth but the nights cooled, just enough to keep away the swarms of mosquitoes. I chose a forested park, known more to locals than outsiders, one that wasn't developed with gift shops or paved trails. The land stretched into deep ravines and long ridgelines, with streams that whispered rather than roared. It was the kind of place that felt like it had resisted change for centuries, where each tree kept its secrets and each path was more suggestion than destination. I had been walking most of the day with a light pack slung across my shoulders, the map folded neatly into my side pocket, though I rarely glanced at it. The forest guided me better than paper could. The shadows of the canopy shifted as the sun sank lower, lengthening into shapes that wove together across the ground. When I finally decided to make camp, I searched for a flat stretch where the earth seemed undisturbed, a little pocket between two low ridges, where the trees bent close, but not oppressively so. It felt private in the way that a room does when you first close the door and realize you are the only one inside. Setting up my tent was a familiar ritual. Tightening lines, driving stakes, rolling out the thin sleeping mat that promised only partial comfort. I cooked a simple dinner on a small stove, eating slowly as the air cooled. The smell of pine mingled with the faint tang of smoke from my campfire, which burned low because I didn't need it so much as its companionship. My notebook sat open on my knee, but I found myself staring more at the trees than writing. That was when I saw it, the hammock. It was strung between two tall trees at the far edge of my camp, just beyond where my lantern's light began to fail. At first I assumed someone else must have been camping nearby, that perhaps another hiker had left it there. But the forest had been empty all day. No footprints along the trail, no murmurs of distant conversation. The hammock itself looked ordinary enough, made of woven rope and weathered slightly, as though it had spent many nights out under rain and sun. I should have questioned it more, but something about the sight pulled me in. The hammock swayed gently, even though no wind moved through the branches. Its motion was steady, almost lulling. I stepped closer, studying the knots that held it in place. The ropes looked old but strong, the kind of craftsmanship not found in casual camping gear. I told myself it was harmless, just a forgotten relic from another camper, maybe abandoned because of weight or disinterest. But another thought crept into me. Maybe it was meant to be found. The absurdity of that idea made me laugh under my breath, yet my chest tightened as I reached out and brushed my fingers across the rope. It was smoother than I expected, warm, almost like it had been absorbing heat from more than the fading sunlight. I hesitated only a little before climbing in. My own tent looked uninviting compared to the easy curve of the hammock. The ropes held my weight without protest, cradling me in a way that felt strangely intimate. As I lay back, the hammock rocked with a slow rhythm, as though someone unseen pressed gently at its side. My eyelids grew heavy. The last thing I remember thinking before sleep claimed me was that it had been a long time since I had felt so effortlessly comforted. When I woke, everything had changed. The first sensation was pressure. My chest felt constricted, my arms pressed tight against my sides. I opened my eyes to a darkness heavier than night, the kind that suggested not just absence of light, but an intentional covering. My breathing quickened, and I realized I was bound. The ropes of the hammock were no longer beneath me, but around me, woven across my body in intricate patterns that pinned me where I lay. At first, I thought I must have rolled in my sleep, tangling myself in the netting. Panic swelled as I twisted, but the ropes only tightened, their fibers biting into my clothes and skin. These weren't careless loops, they were deliberate. Each crossing line pressed at specific points, holding me immobile as though whoever had tied them knew exactly how to secure a body. My cry for help caught in my throat. Who would even hear me out here? The forest was silent, too silent, as though the usual night chorus of insects and owls had been muted. I strained my neck upward, but the darkness pressed closer, and my vision blurred. The hammock swayed again, not with the gentle rhythm of before, but with a purposeful motion, as if unseen hands were rocking me. The ropes creaked in unison, a sound almost like breathing. I fought to steady myself, forcing air in and out of my lungs. My mind screamed at me to struggle harder, but another part whispered that the hammock had wanted me, that it had been waiting. I do not know how long I lay there, heart hammering against the prison of ropes. Minutes blurred into hours, the sky outside shifting in shades I could barely glimpse through narrow gaps in the netting. Exhaustion dulled my fear until sleep returned in fractured bursts. Each time I closed my eyes, I felt the ropes tighten slightly, as if they were adjusting, learning me. By morning, I was free. The ropes had loosened, releasing me onto the ground beneath the hammock. I jolted upright, my limbs sore and striped with red indentations. My camp still stood untouched, the tent where I had left it, the remnants of my small fire, even my notebook resting open on a rock. For a moment, I convinced myself I had dreamed it, but the marks on my body proved otherwise. I stared at the hammock. It hung exactly as before, calm and ordinary, swaying faintly in the breeze that had finally returned. Its ropes looked loose now, harmless. My first instinct was to cut it down, to destroy it so no one else would fall into its trap. But my knife stayed sheathed. Something about the hammock's stillness unnerved me more than the night before. It seemed to watch me, though it had no eyes, no face. I avoided it for the rest of the day, throwing myself into long walks through the forest, keeping to the trails that felt safest. Yet I couldn't shake the pull. Each time I returned to camp, my gaze drifted inevitably toward the hammock, as though it anchored me more than my own tent. That night, despite everything, I lay in it again. It is hard to explain why. Perhaps curiosity outweighed fear, or perhaps something less rational moved me. The ropes accepted me easily, rocking me into drowsiness. This time, I fought against the tug of sleep, keeping my eyes open as long as I could. I wanted to catch the moment when the net transformed, when it decided to claim me. But sleep is cunning. It found me anyway, and when it did, I dreamed. In my dream, I saw the forest not as trees and earth, but as endless woven strands, ropes stretching in every direction, knotting into shapes that pulsed like living things. Faces pressed against the ropes, mouths moving, but no words escaping. Their eyes were wide, watching me, pleading. When I woke again, the ropes had wrapped around me tighter than before. I woke to the same constriction as before, but heavier, more deliberate. The ropes pressed into my ribs and shoulders, their tension perfect, unyielding. They weren't just wrapped. They were woven, an intricate lattice around me that grew tighter the more I fought. My mouth was dry. Every breath forced shallow, as though the hammock was teaching me the rhythm it wanted me to breathe. I tried not to panic, but panic comes like a flood. Sudden, overwhelming, deaf to reason. I twisted, straining with every muscle I had, but the hammock moved with me, absorbing my resistance. It rocked harder with each effort, swinging gently, then firmly, until I realized I wasn't struggling against it at all. I was dancing with it. Each move I made was countered, contained, redirected. "Let me go," I whispered, though my voice cracked on the words. My breath fogged faintly in the air, though the night wasn't cold. The ropes seemed to hum. Faint vibrations against my skin, like the plucked strings of some vast instrument. The darkness around me shifted. I could see more clearly than before, though no lantern burned and no moonlight broke the canopy. The hammock itself seemed to glow faintly, not with light but with definition. Every rope sharpened into focus, the knots gleaming like polished stone. And through those gaps, I saw movement. Faces again. Not in dreams this time. They pressed against the spaces between the ropes like photographs held behind glass. Human faces, pale and blurred, their mouths open as if shouting or gasping. I could not hear them, not with my ears, but a pressure filled my head, a swelling sound just below hearing that made my teeth ache. Each face would appear, linger, then fade, replaced by another. Some old, some young, some men, some women. One face held longer than the rest. A woman with hollow cheeks, her hair loose and tangled across her face. Her eyes found mine, and for a moment I felt the same recognition as when you accidentally lock eyes with a stranger in a crowd. Her lips moved slowly, deliberately, as though forming words just for me. "Stay still." I froze. The ropes loosened slightly, enough for me to drag a breath that filled my chest properly. The pressure in my skull eased. But when I blinked, the woman was gone, swallowed by the turning carousel of other faces. I must have lost time after that. The hammock rocked with its steady rhythm, hypnotic, until hours blurred past. When I opened my eyes again, dawn bled weakly through the trees. I expected release, as it had given me before. But this time, the ropes did not slacken. I hung there, bound and aching, while sunlight shifted overhead. Hunger gnawed at me, thirst burning my throat, but I could not move. My camp was just out of reach, my water bottle and food mocking me from the ground. I shouted until my voice frayed, but the forest absorbed the sound. Not even an echo returned. By afternoon, delirium clawed at me. The faces had faded with the daylight, leaving only the hammock's steady creak. I felt my body slipping between sleep and waking, the edges of reality softening. When the voices returned, they came not from the air around me, but from the ropes themselves, each strand whispering against my skin. "Lay still. Rest. You belong here." I bit down on my tongue until I tasted blood, just to anchor myself. Sometime near dusk, the ropes slackened without warning, and I tumbled hard onto the ground. My limbs were stiff, uncooperative, but freedom ignited a burst of adrenaline. I scrambled away from the hammock on hands and knees, gasping, clutching at the dirt as if it could save me. The hammock swung above, empty, innocent, swaying gently as though no violence had ever happened. I stumbled toward my tent, ripped it apart in frantic motions, stuffing my gear into my pack without care. My only thought was to leave. to get away from this cursed place before night swallowed me again. But when I turned to find the trail, it was gone. The path I had walked only the day before stretched clearly in my memory, but now the forest pressed in seamless and unbroken. I turned in circles, searching for landmarks, but every tree looked the same, every ridge blended into another. And behind me, the hammock waited. I couldn't look at it without my stomach twisting. Yet every time I tried to face away, I felt its presence like a tug at the back of my skull. My compass spun uselessly in my palm, its needle chasing itself in dizzy circles. I forced myself to walk. Not toward the hammock, not away. Just somewhere. My boots crunched over undergrowth, my pack biting into my shoulders. The light dwindled faster than it should have, shadows stretching unnaturally long. I told myself I would keep moving until I found a stream or clearing, some marker of civilization. But the forest folded itself around me. The deeper I went, the more I realized the hammock was never far. At first, it appeared behind me, faintly visible when I turned my head. Then to the side, a blur of rope between trees. Finally, ahead, waiting just beyond my next step, as though the world rearranged itself to keep me tethered. I screamed then, raw and furious, hurling a rock into its empty cradle. The hammock didn't flinch, didn't even still its swaying. The rock passed through the ropes and landed with a dull thud on the other side, as if the hammock were not solid at all. That was when despair set in. Night arrived like a curtain drop. I collapsed against a tree, too drained to keep fighting. My throat burned, my stomach hollow, my body covered in welts where the ropes had bitten. I thought of the woman's face, the words she had mouthed, "Stay still." Perhaps resistance was what it wanted. Perhaps stillness was the only way out. I returned to camp, or what was left of it. My tent lay half collapsed, my scattered gear damp with dew though night had barely begun. The hammock swayed in its place, as if welcoming me back, and I climbed in again. This time, I did not fight when the ropes wrapped around me. I lay still, focusing on my breath, my heartbeat. The hammock cradled me like a cocoon, the fibers weaving gently until I was bound again. My fear dulled, smothered by exhaustion. In the darkness, the faces returned. The woman was there again, closer than before, her features sharper. Her lips moved with urgency. "Don't stay too long." Her face flickered, replaced by others. Men, children, an old man whose eyes wept without tears. Their mouths formed words I couldn't catch, but the urgency was the same. Warning, pleading. I wanted to ask them what the hammock was, what it wanted, why it had chosen me. But my lips barely moved. The ropes pressed against my throat, silencing me. The rocking grew faster, less soothing, more like the jerking swing of a pendulum. I felt weightless, as though my body no longer belonged to the earth but hung suspended between two worlds. And then, I fell. The sensation was so vivid that I gasped, expecting to hit the ground. But instead of dirt and pine needles, I landed on something else. A surface not solid, not soft, but woven. Ropes stretched endlessly beneath me, across me, above me. An entire world of hammocks, intersecting and layered, stretching out like a web spun across infinity. In every direction, people were trapped. Thousands, maybe more. Each bound in their own cocoon of ropes. Their faces mirrored the ones I had seen: the woman, the children, the hollow-eyed man. Some struggled weakly, others hung limp in acceptance. The entire structure pulsed as one, the ropes tightening and loosening in waves, like a breathing organism. I screamed, but the sound vanished into the weave. Then the woman's voice came again, not through her lips, but through the ropes themselves. You don't escape it. You endure it. Until it lets you go. The vision snapped away like a pulled thread, and I woke once more on the ground beneath the hammock, gasping in the night air. I was free again, but the marks on my body were deeper now, bruises blooming beneath my skin. The hammock swayed above me, patient, waiting, and for the first time, I understood it wasn't done with me. The forest was no longer the same after that night. It carried an unease that clung to every step as though the trees themselves had bent toward me to watch. My body ached from the bruises and rope burns, but worse was the feeling that I was being studied, measured, weighed. The hammock didn't simply bind me. It judged me. I tried again to leave at dawn, stumbling through the undergrowth with my pack slung carelessly across my shoulders. My compass spun uselessly, its needle twitching like an insect caught in a jar. Every landmark blurred into another, ridges repeating themselves, streams circling back to their source. I walked until my legs buckled, and I fell to my knees, panting, and when I lifted my head, I found it again. The hammock. It swayed gently, as if laughing at my attempt to resist. I pressed my fists to the ground and let out a broken sob. I was trapped in its orbit, caught like a moth to flame. But this time, I didn't climb in. I sat across from it, back against a tree, staring. If it wanted me, it could wait. If it meant to bind me again, it would have to do it without my surrender. The day dragged. Hunger gnawed at my stomach, thirst split my lips. My water supply had dwindled to nothing. I thought about the woman's warning in the visions. Don't stay too long. How long had she been here? How many others? The carousel of faces I'd seen, they had all been people like me, wanderers who stumbled across the hammock and thought it was rest. Each one swallowed, woven into its vast net. By dusk, the forest shifted again. The air grew heavy, pressing close. The silence deepened until even the small sounds of branches settling seemed too loud. I felt the hammock's pull in my chest, a physical tug, as though my heartstrings were attached to its ropes. I don't know what compelled me, desperation, madness, or some invisible command. But I rose to my feet and approached it once more. My legs trembled, every part of me screaming to run, yet my hands reached out, touching the ropes. This time, they didn't wait. The hammock surged, wrapping me before I could climb in, pulling me off my feet with a force that snapped the breath from my lungs. I thrashed wildly, but the ropes were alive, curling around me with purposeful speed, threading themselves tighter with every movement. I was cocooned in seconds, suspended in midair. The rocking began. Not gentle, not soothing, but violent, as though I were caught in the jaws of some invisible beast. My head snapped back and forth, vision blurring. And then the faces came, dozens at once, crowding the edges of my sight. This time they weren't silent. Their voices filled me, layered and deafening, each one overlapping the other. Don't resist. Stay still. Breathe with it. Don't stay too long. Endure. I tried to shut my eyes, but light burned through the lids. Not sunlight, not firelight, something colder, alien. The hammock swung me hard, and suddenly the forest was gone. I was inside the web again. Endless ropes stretched in every direction, crisscrossing like a million hammocks interlaced into a single organism. The scale was impossible, stretching beyond horizon, into sky, beneath ground. Each node, each knot held a person, faces pale and eyes wide. Some were fresh, their bodies still fighting weakly. others stiff with time, woven completely into the strands until they became part of the rope itself. The voices rose in unison, a storm of whispers. I felt my sanity cracking beneath the weight of them. Then the woman appeared again. Her hammock swung closer through the impossible weave, until she was almost beside me. Her eyes burned with something fierce. Anger, grief, or warning, I could not tell. "You're not strong enough to fight it," she said, and for the first time her voice was audible, cutting through the roar. "No one is. What does it want?" I rasped, barely able to form the words against the pressure of the ropes. Her gaze softened, pity flashing across her face. "Time, it feeds on our time. Our days, our years, our lives. It rocks us to sleep and drinks the hours we will never live." The world around me pulsed, ropes tightening in waves. I felt it then. The pull inside my chest, the strange hollowing sensation. Memories slid away like sand through fingers. My parents' faces blurred, my childhood home dimmed. The hammock was feeding. "No," I gasped, fighting to hold on. "No, I won't give it to you." The woman shook her head slowly. "It doesn't ask, it takes. But you can survive it if you learn when to let go." Her words echoed as her face slipped away, consumed once more by the web of endless captives. The ropes tightened around me, and for the first time, I understood the truth. The hammock would not kill me quickly. It would keep me here, feeding on me slowly, rocking me through nights until my life was drained thread by thread. Something inside me snapped. With every ounce of strength left, I bit down hard on the rope near my shoulder. The fibers split, the taste of earth and bitterness flooding my mouth. Pain shot through my jaw, but I kept tearing, gnawing like an animal. The hammock convulsed around me, thrashing violently as if enraged. The voices screamed in protest. "Don't resist, don't resist." But I did. I ripped the rope apart with my teeth, then twisted, using the slack to wrench my arm free. My shoulder screamed in pain as I tore myself loose. I fell hard, tumbling through the weave, through the ropes, through the void. And then, impact. I hit the forest floor, gasping, coughing, alive. The hammock hung above me, still swaying, one rope frayed and broken where I had torn it. For the first time, it looked imperfect, damaged. The forest breathed again. Insects chirped, owls called, leaves rustled in the wind. The world had returned, or perhaps I had returned to it. I staggered to my feet, my body trembling, and without looking back, I ran. I didn't care if I was lost, didn't care if the trail had vanished. I ran until my legs burned and my lungs begged for air. Hours later, I stumbled into a clearing, and there, a ranger's cabin stood at the edge, smoke rising from its chimney. Relief broke me, and I collapsed on the porch before I could knock. The ranger who found me said I looked half dead, my skin marked with strange rope burns, my eyes wild with fever. They gave me water, food, rest. I told them what happened, but they only listened with polite disbelief, chalking it up to exhaustion and hallucination. Yet when I left days later, healed enough to walk on my own, I carried the memory with me. The memory of the ropes, the faces, the web that stretched forever. And the worst part, sometimes, when I close my eyes, I feel the rocking again. Slow, steady, gentle. I wake to find my bed sheets twisted tightly across my chest, woven in patterns too precise to be chance. The hammock isn't gone. It's waiting. And I don't know how much time I have left before it comes to claim me for good. My name is Declan Moore. I have always believed that the wilderness in its rawest and most unforgiving form, is a place where a person discovers who they truly are. When stripped of noise, of constant signals and screens, of the faint hum of electricity running endlessly in the background, one is left alone with nothing but themselves and the land around them. I pursued that silence often, chasing it the way others chased storms or sunlight, and it brought me west, to the long canyons carved like deep scars into the earth. I thought they would cradle me in their stillness. I thought I was chasing solitude. What I found instead was something I cannot easily name. Something that still walks behind me, even when I am far from those cliffs. The canyon I entered was nameless on most maps, a dry gash in the desert floor, with walls that rose like burnt, red cathedrals on either side. My boots crunched on loose rock as I made my descent, the air sharp with the scent of sun, warmed stone. It was mid-afternoon, and light poured down in thin slats, carving glowing shapes across the floor. It felt ancient, as though I had stepped into a place where time did not move in the same rhythm. I remember running my palm along the wall and thinking how smooth it felt, polished by centuries of wind and water, as if countless hands before mine had traced the same path. I called out just to hear the echo. That is the temptation of canyons. Everyone does it, though we all pretend we are too serious, too reverent, to fall for the childish urge. I gave in immediately, cupping my hands and shouting my own name. Declan. The sound ricocheted off the walls, stretched thin as it bounced, and then came back to me. But it was not the crisp echo I expected. It was hoarse, ragged, drawn out as though it had traveled miles on ground before returning to the air. Declan. My skin prickled. I laughed it off at first, telling myself that odd acoustics were natural in landscapes like this. Sound warped in caves and canyons. Sometimes two echoes overlapped and tangled at a returning noise sounded like a different word altogether. I convinced myself it was harmless, but then curiosity pushed me again. I shouted, "Hello." What answered was not "hello." It was a cracked, breathless voice rasping, "Hello," right against my ear, closer than any echo had a right to be. I froze in place. The canyon had gone quiet, the stillness pressing against me like weight. No bird called. No insect hummed. I was acutely aware of my own breathing, the scrape of my heartbeat in my chest. When I looked back over my shoulder, the trail behind me was empty. Just broken stone and dust, falling away into brightness where I had descended. I told myself to keep moving. Stopping to invent shadows in my head would serve no purpose. My plan had been simple. Hike the length of the canyon, camp overnight near the bend, where a thin trickle of water was said to surface, and then climb out the following day. It was only supposed to be 2 days. Easy, manageable. Yet with every step I took, I could not resist testing it again. I would mutter a word, a name, a sound, and wait for what came back. Sometimes it was normal, delayed and distant as one would expect, but more often it returned altered, deeper, slower, as though the voice speaking back was older than mine, worn down by years I had not lived. By the time I reached the halfway point, where the canyon narrowed to a throat so tight I could touch both walls with my hands, I realized the echoes no longer waited for me to call out. They came uninvited, breathing, humming, whispering things too faint to understand. I pressed forward, jaw tight, and told myself that fear was only another landscape to cross. When night fell, I set camp near a slab of stone that jutted out like an overhang. The canyon floor was littered with gravel, but I managed to clear a flat patch for my tent. As the last of the light drained from the sky, the shadows deepened into something bottomless. I built a small fire, careful with the dry brush, and let its glow push against the dark. For a time, I thought I had managed to shake the unease. The warmth, the crackle, the way flames licked at the night, they anchored me. But then I heard it again. Not from the far walls, not stretched by distance, but right outside the ring of firelight. My name, spoken in a voice like stone cracking. Declan. I shot upright, my pulse hammering. The desert night is supposed to be silent, but silence does not mean absence. Coyotes yip, owls call, the wind rattles dry leaves. This was none of those. This was deliberate. Human in shape if not in soul. I held my breath, listening. The fire hissed softly, but beyond it the dark pressed in, thick as cloth. Nothing moved. No footsteps. No scrape of rock. Declan, the voice said again, closer. I clenched the handle of my knife. The only weapon I had beyond the fire. I shouted, though the words shook. What came back was not my own voice. It was the same rasp, repeating my question in a fractured tone. Who's there? My stomach turned cold. An echo should have carried my exact words. This one carried the wrong cadence, too fast, too eager, as though it had been waiting to use the phrase. I did not sleep much that night. I sat with the fire until the wood burned low, feeding it scraps to keep the light alive, afraid of what waited in the dark if the flames died completely. Every now and then I heard whispers drift across the canyon, weaving together like threads of smoke. I could not catch the words, but they carried weight, a rhythm almost like prayer. At some point, exhaustion dragged me down despite my fear. My dreams were broken, full of stone mouths opening and closing in the canyon walls, teeth grinding rock to powder, voices chanting my name in a dozen pitches. I woke to cold gray light filtering into the canyon, and the fire burned out to ash. My throat was dry, my chest tight, as though I had been shouting all night without pause. I told myself the next day would be different. I told myself that daylight had power, that the things of the night would scatter under the sun. I packed my gear and pressed on deeper into the canyon. The air grew cooler as the walls rose higher, blotting out more of the sky. The path twisted and dipped, swallowing me into bends where no light reached. The echoes never stopped. They followed me like shadows. Sometimes they mimicked me half a beat late, repeating what I said aloud. Sometimes they leapt ahead, finishing my sentences before I could. Once, I whispered under my breath, barely audible even to myself, and yet the reply came booming from the cliffs, amplified into something monstrous. By afternoon, I reached the place where water seeped from the rock. A thin stream carved a silver line through the dust, pooling in shallow hollows before vanishing underground again. I knelt to refill my bottles, grateful for the coolness, until I noticed the reflection trembling on the surface. It was not mine. The face staring back from the pool was gaunt, hollow-cheeked, the eyes clouded and pale. Its lips moved, shaping words I could not hear, and then the ripples distorted it away. My hand shook so badly, I nearly dropped the bottle. I staggered back and told myself it was fatigue, light tricks, the exhaustion of poor sleep. But as I turned to leave, the canyon gave one long, rasping sigh. Not stone shifting, not wind, but something alive, breathing through the earth itself. That was when I finally admitted to myself that I was not walking alone. Something had heard me, when I first called my name into the canyon, and something had decided to answer. I thought about climbing out right then, abandoning the plan, but the walls around me were sheer, rising higher than I could manage without ropes. The trail forward was the only trail at all. My only hope was to keep moving, keep walking, and pray that whatever followed me would lose interest before the canyon ended. But deep down, beneath the thin layer of reason, I knew it would not. The second day in the canyon stretched out longer than I could measure. Each step seemed to carry me deeper, into a place that did not want me to leave. The walls rose, so high they cut the sky into a narrow ribbon. And even when the sun was directly overhead, the light that reached me was dim, filtered through stone like water through cloth. The shadows did not shift with the hours the way they should have. They clung to corners and cracks, stubborn, as if they were permanent residents rather than passing shapes. I walked in silence for long stretches, afraid to test the air with sound. Yet the echoes did not need my voice anymore. They made their own. At first it was only whispers, indistinct murmurings as though the canyon walls carried on conversations among themselves. Then they began to take on shape. My name. Questions I had asked the night before. The voice of my father calling me from decades ago. The sound of my mother's lullaby, cracked and broken, half forgotten. Each one came warped, older, raspier, wrong, but still recognizable enough to twist my stomach into knots. At one point I heard footsteps following mine, perfectly in rhythm. I stopped abruptly, my boots crunching against gravel, and the sound ceased with me. My chest burned with the effort of holding still, listening. For several seconds there was nothing but the faint hiss of air moving between stone. Then a pebble skipped across the ground behind me. I spun around, knife in hand, but the canyon was empty. Empty, yet not silent, because my voice came back to me again, though I had said nothing. Declan, it rasped, the sound so close I felt the heat of breath against my neck. I stumbled forward, nearly dropping the knife. My hands were slick with sweat, my throat raw from swallowing fear. The canyon was not only warping sound, it was producing it, speaking on its own terms, choosing which moments to reveal and which to conceal. I began to mark the walls with chalk as I walked. White lines drawn across the red stone, hoping that if I looped in circles I would at least know it. But when I turned back once to check the marks, they had changed. The straight strokes I had left were bent into crooked symbols, lines intersecting like teeth, shapes I did not recognize. I wiped at one frantically, but the chalk would not smudge. It was as if it had carved itself into the wall. By dusk, I found myself at a wider stretch of the canyon, a basin where the floor dipped into a hollow. My legs ached, and the pressure of unseen eyes had worn me down to nerves and bone. I decided to make camp again, despite every instinct screaming at me to keep moving. I pitched my tent close to the basin's edge, though my hands shook so badly that I fumbled with the poles. When the fire finally caught, its light was small and weak against the massive dark. The flames seemed to bend oddly, leaning toward the canyon walls, instead of rising straight into the air. I tried to eat. I forced down jerky and stale bread, but my appetite was gone. The night pressed close, alive with whispers. Sometimes they came from far above, drifting down like threads. Sometimes they rose from the ground itself, hollow and deep. And then the voices began to overlap. They did not speak in unison. They spoke over one another, like a crowd jostling for attention. My name repeated in different tones, low-high, desperate taunting, until I could not tell which was mine and which was theirs. At moments, the chorus seemed to crawl into my skull, vibrating in my teeth, my bones. I covered my ears, rocking by the fire like a child. "Stop," I whispered. "Stop, stop." The canyon listened. The voices ceased in an instant, all at once, leaving a silence so sudden it made me dizzy. The fire hissed. My breath rasped, but beyond that, nothing. A stillness was worse than the noise. I stared into the dark and realized that silence here was not absence. It was waiting. I do not remember falling asleep. Only that I woke with the moon overhead, the canyon silver, lit, and something standing just beyond the fire's glow. At first, I thought it was my own shadow, stretched against the canyon wall in a trick of the flame. But it did not move when I moved. It stood apart. Its shape was too tall. The head tilted at an angle that made the neck seem broken. Its outline flickered, as though made of smoke caught in a draft. "Declan," it said, my name curling from its mouth in that same ruined echo. I could not move. My body had locked itself in terror, every muscle rigid. The figure leaned forward slightly, and the rasping voice fractured into dozens, all speaking at once, each syllable scraping like stone dragged across stone. I do not know how long I sat frozen. My eyes watered from not blinking. My lungs burned from shallow breaths. When I finally tore my gaze away and blinked, the figure was gone. The fire snapped loudly, throwing sparks, and I nearly cried out at the suddenness of the noise. The rest of the night I sat with my knife clenched in my hand. The fire fed until I had nearly burned through all my wood. Dawn found me trembling, sleepless, the canyon cold despite the rising sun. That morning, I tried to climb out. The walls looked steep, but not impossible. I packed only what I needed: water, rope, knife, and began the ascent. My fingers dug into cracks, my boots searched for holds, and slowly, inch by inch, I pulled myself upward. But the higher I climbed, the further the rim seemed. The top receded like a mirage, always another few feet out of reach. My arms screamed with strain, my nails tore against stone. At last, when I glanced down, my blood ran cold. The floor of the canyon was gone. Where the basin should have been was only blackness, an endless drop. My tent, my fire pit, my tracks, all swallowed by void. And in that darkness, dozens of pale faces stared up at me, mouths opening and closing in silence. I scrambled down in blind panic, my limbs slipping, scraping raw against the wall. Somehow I reached solid ground again, though the basin no longer looked the same. My tent was there, yes, but the fabric sagged as though wet, dripping into the earth. The fire pit was filled with water that reflected not the sky but a cavern ceiling. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, the knife slipping from my hand. The canyon had folded in on itself, shifting like lungs taking breath. I knew then I could not leave. Not because I was trapped by stone, but because I was trapped by something deeper. Something that had chosen me when I first shouted into its hollow throat. The rest of the day blurred. I walked without direction. My chalk marks long gone, my water tasting of dust. Every corner of the canyon looked the same, and every corner carried its own voices. Some mocked me with laughter, high-pitched and childlike. Others whispered prayers in languages I did not know. Once, I heard my own voice pleading, "Let me out, let me out," though I had never spoken the words aloud. As the second night fell, I did not bother with the tent. I sat with my back against the canyon wall, knife across my lap, and stared into the dark. My heartbeat slowed to a steady thrum. My thoughts unraveled. I wondered if perhaps the canyon had always been like this, if travelers before me had called out and been answered. Their voices added to the chorus until no one could tell them apart. The echoes grew louder as night deepened. They did not wait for me to test them. They spoke my life back to me, word by word, year by year. They told me secrets I had never spoken aloud. They reminded me of lies I thought I had buried. And each time, the voice grew closer, the rasp of breath more intimate, until it felt like the canyon itself was leaning in to whisper into my ear. By midnight, I could no longer tell whether the sound came from outside or inside my head. And then, at the darkest hour, the echoes stopped altogether. Something else had arrived. It stepped out from the canyon wall as though the stone had birthed it, pale and thin, its body stretched wrong, too long in the limbs. Its face was a blur shifting between mine and others, mouths opening in silent screams. The thing walked toward me with no sound, yet each step reverberated in my chest like a drumbeat. I gripped my knife, though I knew it was useless. My hands shook, my breath stuttered. The creature bent low, its head inches from mine, and for the first time, the voice did not rasp. It was clear, my voice, not echoes anymore. The creature stood so close that the heat of its breath, or whatever passed for breath, brushed my face. It smelled like dust and stone, like a tomb opened after centuries. My knife trembled in my grip, but I did not move. I couldn't. My body was caught between the need to fight and the certainty that no blade, no scream, no desperate swing of my arm could change what was standing in front of me. It leaned closer, and its face rippled again, folding into mine for an instant, then into my father's, then into the hollow, eyed stranger I had seen in the water. The mouths moved in overlapping rhythm, lips cracking against teeth that weren't quite shaped right. The sound that came out was a chorus of voices, mine included, all speaking at once. You called. The words struck deep, reverberating inside my skull. My mouth opened, but no sound came. It didn't need me to answer. It had already taken my voice. The figure straightened, towering above me, its limbs stretching until they scraped against the canyon wall. The stone groaned in protest, like the creature's weight bent the world around it. Then, without warning, it dissolved back into the rock, vanishing as if it had never existed at all. Silence returned, but it was no longer the silence of night. It was suffocating, full, pressing into me like water into lungs. I realized then that the echoes were gone. The canyon had gone still, utterly still, and that was somehow worse than the chorus of voices. For hours, maybe longer, I sat unmoving. The knife lay slack in my hand, my eyes unblinking as though afraid to miss what came next. My thoughts frayed until they felt like strings pulled loose from a knot. At some point, exhaustion conquered terror. My eyes closed. Sleep claimed me, though it was no true rest. I dreamed of tunnels cut deep into stone, endless passages that twisted and curved until they circled back on themselves. In each, figures waited. Pale, hollow-eyed, mouthing words I could not hear. I walked among them, searching for an exit, but every tunnel brought me back to the same place, the center. A hollow chamber where my own body sat cross-legged, eyes rolled white, mouth hanging open as voices poured out like smoke. I woke screaming, throat raw, and the sound did not return to me. No echo at all. The canyon swallowed it whole. My panic sharpened into something more fragile than fear, something closer to despair. I had thought the voices would drive me mad, but it was the absence of them that unmoored me. They had filled the air, given me something to fight against. But now the silence told me plainly, the canyon did not need to echo me anymore. It had already taken everything it wanted. Still, I stumbled forward. My legs carried me, though my body felt hollow, as if something vital had been scooped out and left behind in the night. I told myself I had to keep walking, that somewhere ahead the canyon would open, the walls would drop, and I would crawl back into sunlight. But the canyon stretched on forever. Each bend revealed another bend. Each narrow throat led to another throat. I lost count of the hours, the days. Hunger gnawed at me, though food turned to ash in my mouth. Water tasted of iron and rot. My body weakened, but I could not stop. Some thread pulled me onward. Some command stitched into the marrow of my bones. Occasionally, faint noises returned. Not true echoes, but shadows of sound. A footstep out of rhythm with mine. A breath that did not belong to me. Once, as I bent to tie my boot, a low laugh crackled from the stone beside my ear, the same tone I had heard in childhood when my brother mocked me. I flinched so hard, I slammed my head against the wall, and when I opened my eyes again, the chalk symbols I had drawn days before were there, carved deep into the rock, bleeding dark fluid that smelled like rust. I pressed on. At last, after what could have been days or only hours, I saw light. A pale glow ahead, faint but steady, spilling around a bend. My heart lurched. I ran, boots skidding on gravel, lungs burning with hope. I turned the corner and stopped dead. It was not the canyon's end. It was a cavern, vast and circular. The ceiling so high it vanished into dark. The glow came from the walls themselves, veins of pale stone that pulsed faintly like living tissue. In the center of the chamber stood a pool of water, black as oil, reflecting nothing above it. I should have turned back. Every instinct screamed it. But my legs carried me forward, drawn as if by gravity. I knelt at the edge, my reflection rippling across the surface. Except it wasn't a reflection. The face that stared back was not mine. It was older, skin cracked, eyes clouded, mouth split in a grin too wide for the skull. It moved its lips, and though no sound came from the water, I felt the words resonate inside me. Stay. The chamber quivered. The pulsing light in the walls quickened like a heartbeat. The pool rippled outward as though something stirred beneath. I scrambled back, but the ground gave way like sand. My hands clawed at the earth. My feet slipped, and I was dragged forward until my chest hung over the water. From the depths, pale hands reached upward. Hundreds of them, thin and long, grasping, clawing for me. Their mouths surfaced next, gasping silently, faces twisted into my own and others I did not know. No, I shouted, but the canyon stole the sound before it left my lips. The hands caught me. Cold, strong, they pulled me down. My knife slashed, but it passed through them like smoke, useless. I plunged into the pool, into blackness so thick it swallowed light itself. I sank. My lungs burned. My mind screamed. Yet through the darkness, voices bloomed again. Hundreds, thousands, all whispering, chanting, laughing. They filled me until I could no longer tell where they ended and I began. And then, suddenly, I was back. I stood on the canyon floor, dry. My clothes unsoaked, the pool gone. The chamber had vanished. I was alone again in the narrow throat of stone, sky a thin ribbon far above. My chest heaved with ragged breaths, but my body was untouched. It was as though none of it had happened, except I knew it had, because when I whispered my name, Declan, The echo came back, perfect. My own voice, same pitch, same breath. Exactly as it should be. Relief swelled in me, sharp and dizzying. But it lasted only a moment. Because then I realized it had not been delayed at all. It spoke with me. At the same time, a perfect match. And when I stopped speaking, the echo continued. Declan, Declan. Over and over, faster, louder. Until the canyon roared with my voice multiplied 1,000-fold. The sound crushed me, pressed me to my knees. My skull throbbed, my vision blurred. And the last thing I remember, before darkness swallowed me, was the sound of myself laughing. Not from my throat, but from everywhere. Endless, unstoppable. When I woke, I was lying outside the canyon. The desert stretched around me, morning sun sharp and clear. My pack lay beside me, intact. My knife was still clutched in my hand. For one disoriented instant, I thought I had dreamed it all. But when I opened my mouth to call for help, no sound came out. My lips moved. My throat strained. Nothing. And from the canyon behind me, my voice answered. It called my name, it begged, it laughed, and I knew then what the canyon had taken. Not my life, not my body, something deeper. It had claimed my voice, my echo, the very proof of my existence. And now it would carry me forever, woven into its walls, waiting for the next traveler foolish enough to shout into its hollow throat. My name is Celine Cho. I am 31 years old, a field biologist with a particular focus on freshwater ecosystems. And I had traveled into the northern reaches of Glacier National Park to conduct independent observations. I was not sponsored by any university, nor bound by any government project this time. It was my own venture, my own data collection, my own quiet retreat into the stillness of nature. I tell you this because, in hindsight, the formality of who I was, the credentials, the years of study, the notebooks full of observations, all became almost laughably irrelevant compared to what I actually experienced out there. I had wanted to document the ordinary life of a high-altitude lake, its insects, its fish, its mineral balance. Instead, I found myself documenting something I cannot explain in scientific terms, something that does not fit neatly into a graph or analysis. The lake had no official name on the maps I carried, though the topographical notations identified it as a glacial basin, fed by runoff from the ridges that towered above. The nearest trail marked on my map lay at least 4 miles south, and even that was a faint ranger path, not one meant for visitors. I had gone off route, not entirely recklessly, but enough that I knew I would be alone there. That was the intention. I wanted solitude, the kind you cannot find when hikers are passing every half hour or when campsites echo with chatter. Solitude sharpens the senses, teaches you how water moves differently in stillness, how insects adapt in high altitudes, how silence holds a weight of its own. Or at least, that is what I believed at the time. I reached the lake on the third afternoon of my trek. The air was cool enough that sweat dried quickly on my skin, leaving me aware of every shift of breeze. When the tree line opened into a clearing, I stopped without realizing at first why. It was not just the sight of the lake. I had seen dozens like it. It was the stillness. The surface looked more like glass than water, not rippling even under the brush of the wind. The pines crowded close around the edge, leaning slightly inward as if they, too, wanted to peer down at their own reflections. The mountains behind them were caught perfectly in the surface, so perfectly that for a moment I could not tell where land ended and mirror began. I remember whispering aloud without intending to, "It's too still." But stillness, I reminded myself, was not impossible. Some lakes, with just the right conditions, could sit like polished stone. I crouched by the shoreline and unpacked my bottle. I had filters, iodine tablets, all the usual tools for safe water collection. The surface was so pristine, I might have been tempted to drink straight from it if I were less cautious. My hands dipped the bottle under, filling it with the cold clarity of meltwater, and then I noticed the reflection. I had leaned forward, expecting to see my face framed against the blue above. I did see myself, dark hair pulled back, eyes focused. But when I shifted slightly to one side, the reflection did not. It held position, staring forward, unblinking, mouth closed. My real lips had parted slightly in surprise, but the version beneath the surface did not mimic me. I tested it, tilting my head slowly left, then right. The mirrored Celine remained still, locked in place as though painted there. I pulled the bottle back quickly, droplets slipping from its rim. I told myself it could be a trick of light, a strange angle, some quirk of the surface tension and the surrounding cliffs. But the unease had already set its roots inside me. Back at my small camp, a single-person tank into the stand of trees above the waterline. I tried to shake it off. I noted the observation in my field journal, almost mocking myself by writing it out plainly. Reflection failed to follow facial movement, possibly due to optical distortion of still surface. I underlined it twice, as if insisting on the rational explanation would make it true. That evening, I boiled rice over my small stove, ate quietly, and listened to the pines shifting above me. The silence here was heavier than anywhere else I had camped. Usually in the wild there are at least distant calls, birds, insects, the trickle of streams. Here there was only the occasional groan of a tree adjusting, as though even the animals kept away from the lake. When night fell, I sat by the shore again, unable to resist. The moon was high, nearly full, laying a pale road across the surface. I held my bottle, filled earlier, the water inside glinting faintly. For reasons I cannot explain, I lifted it to my lips and drank without filtering it. It was cold, sharp in a way meltwater always is. So cold it seemed to press against the inside of my teeth. I swallowed and felt the chill travel down my throat. And then, 2 pulses. I froze, the bottle still tilted against my mouth. My throat carried the familiar thud of my heartbeat, but there was another. A second rhythm, slightly offset, like a drum trying to sync but failing. I pressed my fingers against the side of my neck. Thud, thud. Not 1 beat, but 2. Overlapping, crowding. I dropped the bottle. It hit the rocks, spilling its contents back toward the lake. My own pulse quickened, but the other did not match it. It kept its own pace, slower, deliberate, alien. I stumbled back, choking, pressing both hands against my neck as if I could push it away. The sensation lessened after a minute, or at least blended so strangely with my own that I could not distinguish the difference. But the terror of it remained. I did not sleep easily that night. I lay in the tent, staring at the nylon above me, and felt the phantom thrum in my throat. Whenever I touched my neck, I could not be sure whether I was feeling the echo of my heart or that other one. I told myself it was imagination, some psychosomatic response to stress. People feel phantom heartbeats under anxiety, irregular palpitations. I clung to the rational explanation because the alternative was unbearable. At some hour past midnight, I awoke to the sound of dripping. It was not rain, the sky had been clear. It was the sound of water striking plastic. I reached for my pack, fumbling, and found the bottle where it lay beside the tent wall. The cap was sealed, yet droplets beaded along the outside, sliding down as though it sweated from within. I wiped it dry with my sleeve, only to feel it dampen again instantly. The water inside shimmered faintly under the weak light of my headlamp. I could have sworn I saw movement in it, as though something stirred, shifting against the walls of its container. My throat tightened, the phantom pulse strong again, answering whatever lay inside. I stuffed the bottle deep into my pack, zipped it shut, and forced myself to lie still until dawn. Every time I drifted close to sleep, I heard it, a faint, rhythmic tapping, like fingers drumming against plastic from the inside. By morning, my rational mind tried once more to reclaim control. Sleep deprivation, I reasoned. Imagination amplified by isolation. The water was ordinary, I had simply projected strangeness onto it. To test myself, I boiled some over my stove for tea, watching the steam curl upward. It boiled like any other water, tasted clean. For a moment, I almost laughed at my own fear. But later, when I walked the shoreline to collect insect samples, I glanced back at the surface. My reflection was there again, staring straight forward. This time, though, I was not the only one. Behind me in that mirrored world stood a second figure, half shrouded by the distortion of light, its head tilted just enough to notice. When I spun around, there was only empty air and the curve of trees. But in the water, the figure remained, and the pulse in my throat beat once, twice stronger than before. I did not run, though every instinct urged me to. My legs felt heavy, rooted to the gravel at the water's edge. The reflection showed the figure still, a presence behind my mirrored self. And yet nothing tangible disturbed the space around me. My breath clouded in the morning air, uneven, shallow. I forced myself to crouch, to look closer. The surface rippled slightly as though stirred from beneath, and then the figure vanished. My reflection blinked, finally catching up to my movements, as if it had been waiting for me to notice. The rational part of me scrambled for explanations, a trick of glare, a distortion of angles. My mind cataloged possibilities, subsurface currents, unusual clarity, perhaps even illusions brought on by fatigue. Yet none of them accounted for the presence I had seen. None explained the lag in my own reflection. I spent the rest of the morning wandering farther along the ridge, pretending to collect samples of aquatic larvae, forcing my hands to sketch, to measure, to write. But my attention drifted again and again to the throb in my throat. It had not ceased. If anything, it seemed to synchronize more insistently with each passing hour. At times it merged with my own pulse, until I could not tell one from the other, only to separate again suddenly, tugging it with an alien rhythm. By afternoon I was dizzy. I sat beneath a pine, notebook open, and pressed my hands to my neck. I wanted to believe it was some form of illness. Parasites in the water were not uncommon. Giardia, cryptosporidium. Symptoms could begin quickly. But I knew those affected the stomach, not the heart, not the blood. This was something else. Something that lived in the rhythm itself. I decided to leave the lake. The thought struck like a spark. I did not need to prove anything here. I had my notes, my samples. I could hike back toward the known trails, return to the ranger station, invent an excuse for cutting the trip short. No one would question it. Safety was always a valid reason. I packed my stove, broke down the tent, cinched my bag tight. The entire time I avoided looking at the lake, afraid of what I might see reflected there. By the time I set out, the shadows had lengthened. The forest pressed close, branches knitting overhead, the light dimmer than it should have been. I knew the road I had come, the compass points, the ridges, yet as I walked, the terrain bent strangely. Paths I thought familiar curved differently. Boulders lay where I swore they had not before. I checked my map, but the lines blurred under my gaze. My head spun. Each time I tried to orient myself, the second heartbeat thumped hard, like a drum calling me back toward the water. I forced myself onward. Step by step, I counted aloud, clinging to the numbers as anchors. 50, 100, 200. But the forest resisted. My boots sank in soil that grew soft and wet. When I looked down, I realized the ground had darkened into mud, reflecting pale sky between its patches. A thin trickle of water snaked along my trail. I followed it with my eyes, and saw it led back downhill, toward the lake. Panic clawed at me. I turned sharply, heading away from the slope, crashing through undergrowth, branches whipping against my arms. The second heartbeat grew louder in my throat, as though pleased, as though it fed on my desperation. By the time dusk closed around me, I stumbled back into the clearing where the lake stretched, still as ever. I dropped to my knees, gasping. The surface gleamed with the last light of day. My reflection stared back at me, lips moving though mine did not. I could not hear the words, but I knew they were meant for me. I camped again that night because there was no choice. I did not eat. I could barely drink. The bottle lay unopened by my side, yet I swore I heard faint sloshing inside it, as if something swam there. The phantom pulse kept me awake, pulling at me in waves. Every time I drifted, I saw flashes behind my eyes, pale shapes moving beneath water, faces pressed against the surface, waiting to be acknowledged. Sometime in the deep of night, I woke to the sound of footsteps. Not animal, not the random scatter of deer hooves. These were deliberate human. Boots on stone, circling just outside the thin skin of my tent. I froze, clutching my knife, listening. The steps came closer, then paused. I held my breath. A shadow fell across the nylon wall. It was my outline, my exact height, my exact posture. But I was inside. I reached up with trembling fingers and touched the wall where the head of the figure loomed. On the other side, the shadow did the same. For a second, the thin fabric was all that separated us. And then the phantom heartbeat surged, and I felt it hammering not just in my throat, but through the tent, in the air, in the ground itself. I cried out, slashing with the knife, tearing open the nylon. The shadow was gone. The forest beyond lay empty, silent. I could not stay. Before dawn, I stuffed my gear together haphazardly, abandoning most of it, and staggered once more into the trees. I no longer cared about notes or samples. All I wanted was distance from that water. But the forest folded back on itself. Each direction I took curved like a loop. I walked for hours, yet always I heard the faint trickle of water. Always I smelled the clean, sharp scent of the lake. When I burst through the trees at last, it waited for me again, its surface reflecting the pale sky of morning. This time I screamed, throwing rocks at the water, desperate to break its hold. The surface rippled, shattered, but within seconds smoothed again. My reflection returned. Not one, but two. The other figure stood beside it now, clearer than before. Taller, thinner, its face pale and indistinct. And yet it bore my eyes. I stumbled back, clutching at my throat. The second heartbeat thundered, insistent. My own pulse began to match it, forced into alignment until I could not tell which was mine. My knees buckled. For a moment, I thought I would collapse right into the water's edge. But I caught myself. I staggered to the tree line and slumped against a pine, breathing raggedly. I realized then that the lake was not just holding me. It was drawing me, bending the forest to keep me near, as though I had become its reflection instead of the other way around. That night, exhausted, I did not bother with a tent. I sat against the tree, staring at the surface, unable to turn away. The figures in the water did not vanish this time. They remained through dusk, through moonrise, patient. When I touched my throat, the rhythm was no longer two separate beats but one merged cadence, heavy, slow, unfamiliar. I whispered aloud, voice shaking, "What do you want?" The reflection's lips moved in perfect time with mine now. And though no sound came, I felt the answer in my pulse, not words, but invitation. I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block it, but the rhythm was inside me, impossible to silence. My thoughts spiraled. Perhaps it was not sickness at all. Perhaps it was a joining, a sharing. Something from the water had entered me with that first drink, and now it wanted me whole. Sleep claimed me in jagged bursts. Each time I woke, I was closer to the edge of the lake. At first only a few feet, then a yard. Then at dawn I opened my eyes to find my boots half submerged, cold water lapping at them. I scrambled back, horrified, but I could not recall moving during the night. The bottle was gone. I searched my scattered gear, tearing through the underbrush, but it had vanished. My throat pulsed harder, answering some unseen call. When I looked again at the water, I saw why. The bottle floated near the center of the lake, upright, bobbing gently, though no current moved it there. Inside, something stirred. I shouted, an animal sound of fury and fear. My reflection did not mimic it. Instead, it smiled. The second figure leaned closer, its pale head bending toward me. And for the first time, I thought I heard it. Not in my ears, but in the space between my heartbeats. A voice without sound, patient, certain. Drink again. The words, if they were words, echoed inside me long after the surface of the lake stilled. I pressed my palms hard against my ears, but that did nothing. The sound wasn't entering from outside. It lived inside the rhythm of my blood, spoken through that second pulse that had claimed residence in my throat. I stumbled backward into the trees, my breath hitching. I wanted to run, but each step away from the shore felt like dragging through mud. My body resisted, trembling as though some invisible tether pulled me back. My heart hammered in frantic protest, yet the other beat, the alien one, remained slow, steady, like a metronome. It seemed to whisper, "Not yet. Not far, you belong here." For hours I tried to lose the lake. I chose random bearings, counted steps, cut through undergrowth until my arms were raw with scratches. Yet no matter which direction I took, the ground dipped, the soil dampened, and soon I would hear the faint lap of water. Sometimes I thought I was succeeding. Once I climbed a ridge and saw forest stretching endlessly ahead, no glint of silver below. Relief surged, but when I descended, the trees opened again, and there it was, the same circle of glass, waiting as if it had only been hiding while I convinced myself otherwise. By late afternoon, exhaustion hollowed me. My lips were cracked, my throat dry. But I dared not drink from my pack's reserve for fear it too had been tainted. Hunger gnawed. My limbs felt weak, but I could not rest. Not with that water glinting at me like an eye. It was then that I noticed something new: footprints in the damp soil along the edge. Bare feet, small, as though belonging to a child. They traced a line parallel to the water, vanishing into the shadows of the pines. I followed them before I had time to question why. Perhaps some other hiker had strayed here. Perhaps I wasn't alone. The prints wound deeper into the forest, fading, reappearing, circling. Once I crouched to examine one more closely and felt a drop of water splash against my cheek. I looked up, expecting rain, but the canopy above was dry. Another drop struck my arm, cool and sharp. When I touched it, it smelled faintly of lake water. The prints glistened wetly, as though fresh, though no one was there. When they ended abruptly in a patch of moss, I knew I had been led in a circle. The lake gleamed just beyond the trees, closer than I realized. And in its surface, the figure no longer stood still. It was walking toward me. I broke. My composure, my rational explanations, all shattered. I hurled myself at the reflection, screaming, throwing stones until my voice went raw. The water rippled, fractured, yet always healed, always returned. My reflection stared, lips curved into a knowing smile. The other figure stood beside it, hand raised as if in greeting or command. The pulse inside me surged again, demanding. I collapsed to my knees, clutching at my throat. The rhythm was no longer separate from my own. It had overtaken it, steady and absolute. My heart obeyed it. My breath aligned with it. And in that suffocating moment, I understood what it wanted, not just my reflection, not just my pulse. It wanted my body. Drink again, the voice urged, deeper now, resonant. I crawled back from the water, shaking my head, muttering no, no, no like a prayer. My nails dug furrows into the dirt. Yet even as I denied it, I felt the ache of thirst tearing at me. A craving that had nothing to do with dehydration. My body yearned for that cold bite, that sharp clarity of lake water. My lips tingled, remembering it. Night fell without my consent. I do not recall the hours between dusk and full dark. I must have wandered, delirious, because when awareness returned I was already half submerged, the water lapping against my waist. My boots sank into silt. My hands trembled on the surface. I did not remember walking in. The lake was warm against my skin. That should not have been possible in glacial runoff, but it cradled me like blood, temperature water. My reflection smiled, closer than it should have been. The pale figure's hand rose higher, beckoning. I forced myself back, stumbling onto shore, coughing, retching. My skin crawled with the sensation of being touched though nothing had touched me. The phantom pulse pounded triumphantly, as if mocking my resistance. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the dirt, shivering until dawn burned the horizon red. The lake lay calm, patient. I could not endure another cycle of this. If I remained, I knew eventually I would obey. So I made one final attempt. I slung my pack half, empty over my shoulders, and marched north, ignoring bearings, ignoring the compass that spun listlessly. I told myself that if the forest bent, if the paths circled, then I would cut straight through without pause, without rest, until I collapsed or escaped. I walked until my legs nearly buckled. Sunlight speared through trees, shadows dragged, hours passed. At last the woods thinned, and I staggered into a clearing unlike the others. Relief struck like lightning. I could not see the lake. I fell to my knees sobbing. But when I lifted my head, my blood turned to ice. Before me lay not the unnamed lake I had known, but another, larger, darker, its surface stirring faintly though no wind blew. And scattered across its shore were bottles. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Old plastic, glass canteens, flasks, some cracked, some intact. They bobbed in the shallows, clinking softly. I backed away in horror, only to realize the trees behind me had shifted. They leaned inward, trapping me, guiding me once more toward the water. My throat throbbed with the familiar cadence. This was not a single lake. It was many, connected beneath the earth. A web of mirrors drawing wanderers like me. I fell to the ground, clutching at the dirt. My notebook spilled from my pack, pages scattering. My observations, my attempts at rationality, all meaningless now. Only one page mattered, the first, where I had written about the reflection that did not follow. I tore it free, crumpled it in my hand. Proof, I thought desperately. Someone must know. Someone must believe me. But belief would not free me. My pulse belonged to the water now. I knew it with a certainty deeper than logic. Each beat was a promise, a debt. The bottles bobbed gently, as if in applause. The water rippled, and from its surface rose figures. More than two this time. Pale, endless, each one bearing faint echoes of human features. Their eyes all trained on me. They raised their hands as one. My reflection stood among them, smiling. The voice returned, clearer than ever. Join us. I screamed until my throat tore. I ran blind through trees that closed like jaws, through earth that bled water with every step. I do not remember how long. My body moved, driven by terror and that alien rhythm. At some point, exhaustion conquered even fear, and I collapsed in the hollow of a cedar. When I woke, silence ruled. No lake in sight, no footprints, only forest stretching endless around me. My throat still carried the double pulse, though faint, weaker. The bottles were gone. The voices hushed. I staggered southward, and by some grace or mistake, I found the ranger path 2 days later. My body was broken with thirst, my lips blistered. When I finally reached a station, I collapsed into the arms of strangers. They gave me water. I dared not drink it. I have tried since then to explain what happened. Doctors found nothing wrong with my heart, though they listened long, puzzled at what they called an echo beat. They chalked it to stress, exhaustion, arrhythmia. They do not feel what I feel each night when I lie in bed, and the second rhythm thrums in my throat, reminding me it still lives. I tell myself I escaped. I left the lakes behind. But when I dream, I see their surfaces waiting, bottles bobbing, reflections smiling. And sometimes, when I wake in the dark, my body is damp, my sheets cold as though I had climbed out of water. I fear one night I will open my eyes and find I am no longer in my bed, but standing ankle, deep in that still, glassy surface, reflection waiting, pulse no longer mine at all. Because once you drink, you never really leave. My name is Ethan Ward. I am a man of 20, 9 years, born and raised in Virginia, with a restless spirit that often drives me into the woods where silence and shadows blur, into a world apart from civilization. I work in construction during the week, the kind of labor that leaves my muscles aching, but my mind strangely empty. And so, I take to the wilderness on weekends to refill something in myself that concrete and traffic cannot. I have camped alone for years, growing familiar with trails that twist through the Appalachian foothills, carrying a certain confidence that solitude is a friend to me rather than a danger. On that particular trip, I had set out with the simple intention of clearing my head. My truck was parked at a small gravel turnout, not far from a trailhead marked with a brown sign. The kind that lists regulations with bullet points nobody ever seems to read carefully. I admit now, with a sense of foolish pride, that I skimmed the rules like a man, scanning the fine print of a contract, knowing I would not abide by all of them. One in particular stood out, printed in clear block letters. DOIFUIF. I remember smirking when I saw it, as though the forest would unravel if a deer received a scrap of granola from my palm. At the time, it felt harmless, almost amusing, and I carried that disregard with me as I hiked deeper into the woods. The day was clear, the air thin but warm enough that the leaves whispered rather than shivered. I set up camp by mid-afternoon, near a slope where an old oak stood tall, its roots like knotted ropes breaking through the soil. I had pitched my tent in that kind of practiced efficiency that comes with years of repetition, my hands moving on instinct. Once the small chores were finished, firewood gathered, sleeping bag unrolled, water filtered from a nearby creek, I found myself restless. It was then that the deer appeared. She stepped out of the tree line as if she had been watching me for hours. A doe, slender, her coat the grayish brown of bark in shadow, her ears twitching with a sensitivity I could almost feel in my own bones. Her eyes caught the fading light, wide and dark like glass marbles, and she stood with an unnatural stillness, as though waiting for me to act. I should have ignored her. I knew the rule and I knew why it existed. Human food is not good for animals. Feeding them teaches dangerous habits. Yet standing there, alone in the quiet with nothing but the low crackle of my fire, I felt an odd pull. I reached into the side pocket of my pack and drew out a handful of oats and nuts from the trail mix I had been eating earlier. I extended my hand, palm open. The doe did not hesitate. She walked toward me with a slow grace, the brittle leaves beneath her hooves barely crunching, as if she weighed less than she should. Her muzzle brushed against my skin, warm and damp, and her tongue swept the food away. For a moment, I laughed to myself, charmed by the closeness of a wild thing, as though I had been chosen for some small, secret trust. When she lifted her head again, I noticed how her ears angled not toward me, but toward the darkening forest behind her. She flicked them once, as though listening to something I could not hear, and then stepped back into the shadows. That night, I settled into my tent, the fire reduced to a dim glow. The woods pressed in close with their layered silence, broken only by the occasional breeze or the distant call of some night bird. I lay in my sleeping bag, reading by the beam of my headlamp until my eyes grew heavy. Somewhere in the early hours, long after sleep had wrapped me in its sluggish weight, I woke to a sound that did not belong. At first it was faint, like the dragging of branches across canvas. A scraping, rhythmic, deliberate. I froze, every muscle locked. My heart pounded my throat as I lay there, straining to listen. The sound came again, long, drawn-out scrapes along the fabric of my tent wall, the unmistakable drag of something hard against nylon. I knew it instantly. Antlers. The scraping circled me, slow, patient. I pictured a rack of bone wider than my shoulders, pressed against the thin wall that separated me from the outside. I wanted to tell myself it was just a curious buck, maybe attracted by the salt of my sweat, but I knew better. The rhythm of the scraping was not random. It was testing me. Then came the sound that turned my blood cold. A voice, low and halting, as though it had been shaped by something unfamiliar with the act of speaking. Ethan. It drew my name out in broken syllables, each attempt closer to human but still wrong, still caught somewhere between mimicry and mockery. I clamped my mouth shut, hardly breathing. Every nerve in me lit like a fuse. The scraping continued, the voice repeating, practicing. Yi, Than, Ward. The cadence was uneven. The vowels stretched into strange shapes, like a child repeating sounds they had only just learned. Yet it was my name. My name whispered back to me from the darkness, by something that should not know it. I lay awake until dawn, never daring to unzip the tent. My hand stayed clenched around the handle of the knife. I kept by my side, though I doubted it would make any difference. When the gray light finally crept through the fabric, I forced myself to look. The ground outside was littered with prints. Deer tracks, yes, but too many, overlapping and circling. Some clustered so close to the tent that the outline of the hooves had dragged lines into the soil. And there were other marks. Deep grooves where antlers had raked across the earth, carving patterns that curved like letters. Not full words, but shapes trying to become them. I told myself then that I would pack up and leave. Yet I did not. Pride, or maybe something heavier, kept me there. I convinced myself it had been a trick of half, sleep, a dream stitched from the scraps of guilt I carried for feeding that doe. But when I returned to the oak tree, where I had first seen her, I found strands of coarse hair tangled on the bark, and beside them, a small heap of acorns carefully placed in a circle, as though waiting for me to add my own offering. I did not. I turned away and tried to continue with my day, though every snap of a twig in the undergrowth felt aimed at me. By afternoon, the weight of the silence pressed so heavily on my chest that I considered cutting the trip short after all. But something stubborn in me wanted to stay, to prove the forest wrong, or to prove myself right. That was my first mistake. As dusk blotted through the canopy again, the woods grew restless. Birds went quiet too early. The wind died completely. I built my fire higher than before, feeding it with frantic hands as if flame could hold the night at bay. While I worked, I felt eyes on me. Every so often I glanced up, sure I would doze standing at the edge of the clearing again. But what I glimpsed were shadows shaped like bodies that did not move like animals. They shifted between the trees, antlered silhouettes bending and straightening, too many for me to count. When full darkness fell, I sat rigid by the fire, gripping the knife in my lap, waiting. That was when the voices began again. From beyond the light, scattered, broken, echoing like a choir that had learned only one hymn, my name. The voices threaded through the trees, weaving in and out of the night air with a cadence that was neither animal nor human, yet hovering uneasily between the two. Yi, Than, Ward. Each syllable seemed to grind against my nerves, the way a knife drags against bone. They overlapped in chorus, like many mouths repeating at once, each failing in its own way, some too drawn out, others clipped short, as though every attempt was an experiment. The fire crackled and spat sparks upward, and I clung to it as if its heat were the only barrier keeping me tethered to sanity. My hand tightened on the knife, until my knuckles turned white. I told myself they were just deer, curious, emboldened by food. But deer do not speak names. Deer do not practice language with stubborn intent. Something shifted just outside the circle of light. A pair of antlers caught the glow, tips gleaming sharp as spears. The body attached to them stayed hidden, as though the darkness itself clung to its shape. The antlers tilted sideways, scraping a tree trunk with slow pressure that made the bark splinter and rain down in flakes. The sound was deliberate, taunting, the same rhythm that had scratched my tent. I whispered to myself that dawn was only hours away. If I could endure the night, sunlight would expose everything for what it really was, and I could laugh at my own fear. But even as I told myself this, I sensed it was a lie. Whatever had learned my name was patient. It could wait through countless dawns. The air thickened with the smell of damp earth, a sour musk that clung to my throat. Every breath felt heavy, as though I were inhaling more than air, as though something unseen pushed itself into my lungs. I coughed, and the voices faltered for a moment, then resumed, mimicking the cough poorly before bending back into my name. I could not stay frozen forever. Slowly, I rose to my feet, knife in one hand, flashlight in the other. My chest rattled with the sound of my own heart, and the silence that fell when I clicked the light on was almost worse than the voices. The beam cut through the trees, painting the bark in stark stripes of white. At first, nothing, then movement. A figure darted between trunks, swift and wrong. The light caught part of its flank. Yes, but stretched over a body too tall, too angular. Its legs bent in ways they should not have. The joints reversed like broken tools forced into function. I jerked the beam away instinctively, my stomach lurching with nausea at the sight. From the opposite side of camp, another voice rose clearer than before. Than. It was closer to perfect. My knees buckled slightly, and I nearly dropped the light. A shadow lingered just beyond the glow of the fire, antlers shifting slowly as though the head beneath them tilted to watch me. I could not stand it anymore. Grabbing my pack, I kicked dirt over the fire, though it burned against every instinct in me. Darkness surged in as the flames choked down, and with it came the whispers, emboldened, triumphant. I stumbled onto the trail, flashlight beam lurching with every frantic step. The night swallowed me whole. The forest seemed unfamiliar in the dark, every tree a stranger. Branches reached down like arms, snatching at my sleeves. Behind me the voices followed. Not loud, not close, but persistent, like footsteps echoing at a distance you cannot shake. Ward. Ethan. Some called sharp, others slurred, as though a chorus of unseen mouths practiced my name endlessly, as if it were a hymn they would master by dawn. I do not know how long I walked. Minutes felt like hours, and my legs trembled with exhaustion. At one point I stopped, convinced I had outpaced them, my lungs burning with the effort. But then that silence deepened, and in that silence, I heard the faint crunch of hooves behind me, deliberate and unhurried. I spun the light back along the trail. The beam caught eyes, a scatter of them, too many to belong to one creature. They glowed back at me like scattered stars, unmoving. And then, slowly, they blinked. Not together, but one after another, like a ripple. My hand shook so violently I had to press the flashlight against my chest to steady it. I ran. Branches tore at my face, my legs burned. And still the voices came. They rose and fell, echoing strangely, until I could not tell if they were ahead of me or behind. The trail forked, and in my panic I chose without thinking, veering left. The ground dipped, my footing slipped, and I tumbled down a slope. Stones dug into my ribs, tearing the skin of my arm. When I hit bottom, the wind rushed out of me in a soundless gasp. I lay there, gasping. The flashlight skittered out of reach. Darkness pressed around me, thicker than before. I groped blindly until my hand closed around the cold metal, flicking the beam back on with a trembling thumb. The light fell on shapes carved into the soil. Grooves, lines etched deep by something hard. Antlers, I realized with a lurch of dread. The marks wound together in clumsy patterns, not random, but letters. My name scratched into the dirt over and over again, letters crooked and malformed, yet unmistakable. I staggered back, nearly slipping again on the slope. The beam swept upward, catching movement at the ridge above me. Silhouettes stood against the faint shimmer of starlight, their antlers jagged black crowns. They did not move. They only watched. My breath came ragged, my throat raw from sucking in the damp air. I scrambled along the base of the slope, my mind fixed on one thing: distance. I had to put distance between me and them, though every step seemed to echo louder than the last. At some point, I stumbled into a clearing. The moon had risen enough to silver the grass, and for the first time since I left camp, I could see without the beam. In the center stood the doe, the same one from before. She was still, statuesque, her head tilted, ears alert. Relief, irrational and overwhelming, surged in me. I thought perhaps she would lead me out, as if the trust I had offered her with food would now be returned. I took a cautious step forward. Her ears flicked once. Then she opened her mouth. Than. The sound was wrong in every possible way. Too resonant, too deep, like something had burrowed through her and was speaking from inside her hollow chest. Her jaw hung slack. Her eyes rolled white, and the voice repeated my name again, clearer, steadier, almost human. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. Behind her, the tree line shifted, as though every trunk leaned forward, and I realized the antlered silhouettes had gathered there, waiting, learning. I turned and fled once more, crashing blindly into the undergrowth. My body ached with every motion, my legs screaming for rest, but I would not stop. The forest blurred around me, until at last the glint of water appeared ahead, a creek cutting through the dark. I waded in without hesitation, the cold shocking my body. The current tugged at me, threatening to pull me under, but I pressed forward, believing foolishly that the water would break whatever tether bound them to me. Midstream, I looked back. They stood at the bank, a line of shadows crowned with antlers, their bodies wrong in ways I could barely comprehend, their mouths working, practicing. The creek hissed around my legs, muffling their voices, but even over the rush I heard it, my name spoken again and again, smoother now, shaped with intent. I forced myself to the far bank, dragging my soaked body into the mud. My lungs burned, my limbs heavy, but I kept moving until the trees swallowed me once more. That night felt endless. Each step forward brought no closer sense of escape, only deeper entanglement in a forest that felt alive with watching. At times I thought I had shaken them, that the silence meant safety, but always, eventually, the voices would return steady, patient, as though the forest itself was practicing, until it could speak me into its belonging. By the time the first gray streaks of dawn appeared, I was no longer sure if I was lost in the woods, or if the woods were lost inside me. And then, in the half-light of morning, I stumbled upon something that made me stop cold. A campsite, not mine. The tent was collapsed, torn. The fire pit was cold, ringed with stones blackened from long use. Scattered around the site were scraps of belongings. A boot with its laces still tied, a shirt half buried in the dirt, a cooking pot overturned. And scratched into the soil, again and again in deep gouges, was a single name. Not mine. It was another's. And in that moment I realized I was not the first. The name carved into the soil was unfamiliar to me. Daniel Cross. The letters had been gouged into the earth with desperate repetition. uneven strokes that dug so deep they split roots and stone. I crouched there, tracing one with the tip of my knife, the cold metal catching in the grooves. Whoever Daniel had been, the forest had learned him, just as it was now learning me. A wave of nausea struck, sudden and sharp. My chest tightened as though invisible fingers pressed against my ribs. I pushed to my feet, swaying. The broken campsite a mocking reflection of what might look like if I stayed. My own tent could one day lie shredded in the dirt. My belongings scattered like breadcrumbs in a story that would never be finished. And the name gouged in the soil would not be Daniel's. It would be mine. The air shifted behind me. Leaves stirred without wind. I spun, knife raised, but nothing stood there. Only the tree line. Thick and watching. The silence was worse than the voices. It was the pause before a word is spoken. I stumbled away, half running, half lurching. My boots catching on roots. The woods seemed to bend against me. Trails branching where I swore none had been before. Every direction looked wrong. Unfamiliar, even though I had hiked these mountains countless times. Panic scraped at the edges of my reason. I stopped, forcing myself to breathe, to listen. That was when I heard it again, my name, but softer this time.
Close.
I turned my head slowly, flashlight beam shaking across the trees until it landed on a shape crouched between two trunks. A man. His clothes were tattered. His skin pale beneath the smears of dirt, his hair hanging in tangled mats. His eyes caught the light and glimmered with a fevered shine. Daniel. The word slipped from me before I could think. He flinched, pressing his back hard against the tree, hands lifting as though to shield himself from me. His lips moved soundlessly, trembling, before finally forming words. Don't say it. My stomach dropped. Say what? Your name. His voice cracked, broken from dessous. They learn it. They practice it until it belongs to them. The world seemed to tilt around me. His eyes darted past me into the woods, every muscle in his body trembling. You fed it, he whispered. That's how it begins. A gift, even a small one. You invite them closer. The memory of the doe's warm tongue sweeping oats from my palm struck like a blade. Come with me, I said, though the words sounded hollow even to myself. We can get out together. But Daniel only shook his head. I tried. Years, maybe. Time doesn't work right here. It keeps circling. You can run, but you don't leave. They don't let you. His eyes flicked to mine, and the weight in them nearly buckled my knees. The forest already knows you. Before I could respond, a sound rose from the trees. Not the scraping of antlers, not the broken mimicry of voices. Laughter. It started low, like a cough caught in a throat, then spread, jagged and raw, weaving through the trees until it became many. Dozens, maybe hundreds, each one shaped into a parody of laughter, all wrong in pitch and rhythm. My skin prickled, the hair on my arms standing straight. Daniel dropped to the ground, curling into himself, hands clamped over his ears. Don't answer them, he hissed. Don't give them more to shape. The laughter swelled, spilling across the clearing. My heart hammered so violently it drowned out thought. I grabbed Daniel's arm, trying to haul him up, but he fought me with a strength born of terror. Leave me, he spat through gritted teeth. If they've chosen you, they won't need me anymore. I let go. His body crumpled back to the dirt, eyes squeezed shut as if bracing for impact. I backed away, throat raw, the laughter closing in like a tide. Then it changed. No longer laughter. Words. My words. The very sentence I had just spoken, spilling back to me from a dozen throats, each one twisting it wrong, like actors stumbling through rehearsals. If they've chosen you, they won't need me anymore. The cadence was shattered, but the shape was clear. My legs nearly gave out. They weren't only learning names, they were learning everything. I turned and fled. The forest bent around me, paths splitting like veins, the earth softening under my boots, as though it wanted to pull me down. I pushed through thickets that tore my clothes, slipped across rocks slick with moss, my body screaming for rest. Always behind me, the voices grew stronger, clearer, each repetition smoother, more human until it was no longer mimicry. It was conversation. My words, my voice, stretched across countless unseen mouths. I do not know how long I ran. Hours blurred into one another. At last, I stumbled into another clearing, smaller this time, and collapsed to my knees. My chest heaved, every breath slicing like glass. When I lifted my head, I froze. Before me stood the doe, the same one. Her antlers were larger now, twisted branches splitting skyward. They dripped with something dark, sap or blood. I could not tell. Her eyes, once dark pools, now glowed faintly, as though embers burned inside her skull. She lowered her head, antlers scraping the ground, and when she opened her mouth, the voice that came was mine. Perfect. Word for word, she spoke the sentence I had last screamed into the night. I do not know how long I ran. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. My voice torn from me and fed back through a hollow body. The trees behind her shifted, and more figures stepped forward. Dozens of deer, their bodies warped, their movements jerky. Some carried antlers like tangled thorns, others none at all, but each mouth opened in unison. A chorus rose, every voice my own, speaking lines I had never said aloud, things only thought in panic. My mind buckled. I could no longer tell where my thoughts ended and their voices began. Each breath felt stolen, echoed, returned to me wrong. I stumbled toward the edge of the clearing, desperate for escape, but the trees closed ranks, trunks too close, roots twisting up like barriers. The forest had caged me, and then silence fell, every mouth closed, every glowing eye fixed on me. The weight of their attention pressed like stone on my chest. A single voice broke the silence. Not mine, not Daniel's, deeper, ancient. It spoke my name, perfectly. The sound was final, as though the forest had at last completed its lesson. My body stiffened, muscles locking. The knife slipped from my hand. My voice caught in my throat, trapped. I tried to scream, but the sound that came out was not mine. It was theirs. The world tilted. My vision blurred at the edges, shadows bleeding inward. I felt my name hollow out of me, stripped clean, lifted into the mouths of things that did not deserve speech. My body crumpled, but my voice, my identity, did not fall with it. It lived in them now, repeated endlessly, perfected until nothing remained of me but syllables carved into soil. The last thing I saw before darkness consumed me was the doe, her ember eyes fixed on mine, her mouth shaping the word, Ethan, with flawless ease. When my sight faded, the forest whispered one truth in 1,000 voices. I was not lost. I had been learned. My name is Ivy Monroe, and I will never forget the night I first saw the marks on the tent. It was not the kind of experience that drifts away with time, softening into half-remembered images or warped fragments. It is etched into me with the same precision as those claws that tore into nylon. The more I try to make sense of it, the less sense it makes, and yet it never fades. What happened to me, and to the people I camped with, was not some trick of imagination or exaggerated tale told around a fire. It was real, and it began with something as simple as a camping trip we thought would be ordinary. I grew up in North Carolina, a child of the mountains and forests. My parents often took me hiking, and when I reached adulthood, I carried the same love for wild spaces. To me, camping meant freedom. Silence interrupted only by the whisper of wind through the trees or the rushing voice of a creek somewhere nearby. So when my two closest friends, Heather and Owen, suggested a weekend trip out to a remote patch of forest, I agreed without hesitation. We left on a Friday afternoon in Heather's old Jeep, backpacks crammed in the back, and a cooler rattling with sodas and water. The weather was early fall crisp, still warm under the sun, but with evenings sharp enough to demand a jacket. The trail we followed was not well marked, and that was part of the appeal. We wanted distance from other campers, from families with noisy lanterns and radios. We wanted to feel alone, as though the woods belonged to us. By the time we picked a spot to pitch our tents, the light was fading into that molten gold that streaks through trees just before the sun dips. The place seemed perfect, a level patch of ground near a small clearing, surrounded by tall pines and oaks. The air smelled faintly of pine resin and damp leaves. We could still hear the faint trickle of water nearby, probably a stream, though we never did find it that evening. Owen was the first to notice something strange. While hammering in the stakes of his tent, he frowned at the tree trunk closest to where he was working. I remember him calling us over, his voice just uncertain enough to catch my attention. "Hey, look at this," he said. The trunk bore long gouges, deep enough to strip away bark, exposing pale wood beneath. They weren't the scattered, ragged scratches you might expect from a bear or a desperate animal. They were deliberate, parallel. The spacing was almost even, as though whatever had made them had done so with patience and care. Heather gave a nervous laugh. "Claw marks. Great. Just what we want near camp." "It's probably old," Owen said, but he didn't sound convinced. I studied the tree in silence. I had seen claw marks before, when my father once showed me the signs of a black bear marking territory. Those had been wide, erratic, chaotic. This was different. Too neat, too careful. It was almost like writing, though no words I could discern. I brushed it off. We were tired. The air was cooling fast, and the shadows were lengthening. We finished setting up camp, built a fire, and cooked hot dogs over the flames. Heather cracked jokes. Owen told a story about getting lost on a trail years back. For a while, the strangeness of those marks faded into background unease. It wasn't until later, as we settled into our tents, that the unease returned. I shared a tent with Heather, while Owen had his pitched a short distance away. The night grew colder, darker, the fire dwindling to embers. I woke at some unknown hour to a sound that, at first, I thought was simply the wind. A scraping noise, rhythmic, faint but steady. I held my breath, straining to listen. It came again, long drags across fabric. I sat up, heart racing, and realized it was not the wind. It was claws raking across the side of our tent. Heather stirred beside me, mumbling something in her sleep. I reached out and shook her awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. She blinked blearily, then froze as the sound came again. This time it was louder, deliberate. 3 long scrapes dragging downward. We both stayed still, barely daring to breathe. The sound circled, moving along the side of the tent. pausing, then starting again. I thought of the marks on the tree, the neatness of them, the strange deliberation. Then, from the dark outside, a faint whisper. Not quite a voice, not quite the wind. But it carried shape, syllables curling together. It was saying something. I leaned closer to the thin nylon wall, and my blood turned to ice. It was practicing my name. Ivy. The sound was guttural, broken, like a throat unused to speech. Then again, more clearly, Ivy. I clamped a hand over my mouth to keep from crying out. Heather's hand found mine in the dark, fingers trembling. We sat frozen until, after what felt like an eternity, the scraping ceased. The silence that followed was worse, somehow. Waiting for it to return was unbearable. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me. I don't know how I managed to fall back asleep, but I did. When I woke again, morning light was already filtering through the tent. Heather was awake, sitting stiffly upright, her face pale. She whispered. I turned, and my stomach dropped. The wall of the tent was covered in claw marks. Not random, not chaotic. Perfect circles, layered over one another, forming rings of slashing lines. And within those circles, repeated again and again, was a single word etched into the fabric's sty. The letters were crude but unmistakable, as though written by claws trying to mimic handwriting. Each one was scored deep, fraying the nylon fibers. I stumbled outside, my legs weak. Owen was already out there, staring at his own tent with the same expression I felt on my face. His tent bore the same marks. Circles. The word. Always the word. Someone's messing with us, Owen said, but his voice was hollow. Heather shook her head. No one was out here last night. You'd have heard them. I'd have heard them. We stood in silence, staring at those words. Stay, stay. Over and over, like a command. Like a plea. None of us wanted to stay another night, but something about leaving felt just as wrong. As though obeying or disobeying that message both carried consequences we couldn't grasp. We decided to hike further into the woods that day, to see if there was any sign of other campers or anything that could explain it. But as the day went on, and we walked deeper among the trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest itself was listening, watching, waiting. Every tree seemed scared. Not every trunk, but enough of them, and always the same style. Circular goges, repeated lines, sometimes the faint suggestion of letters. The deeper we went, the more frequent they became. Heather muttered that we should turn back. Owen pressed on, his jaw tight, as if moving forward could somehow wrest control of the situation. I followed because I didn't know what else to do. By late afternoon, we stumbled upon a clearing unlike the others. The grass was flattened, as though something enormous had lain there. At the center, half buried in the dirt, was a shape that made no sense, a ring of sharpened branches, driven into the ground in a perfect circle, their tips angled inward. And carved into the bark of each stake was that same word, a stay. We didn't speak. None of us wanted to give voice to the fear we felt. We backed away slowly, as though the circle were a sleeping animal we dared not disturb. By the time we returned to camp, the sun was setting. The shadows stretched long, swallowing the spaces between the trees. And there, waiting for us, was something that made my blood run cold. Our tents had been moved. Not far, just a few feet from where we'd left them. But they were shifted, angled differently, and arranged together into a tight circle. On the ground in the center of that circle was a single word spelled out in pine needles, sticks and strips of torn bark. Sta. I don't remember who screamed first. Maybe it was Heather. Maybe it was me. But the sound that answered us from the woods was not human, and the night was only just beginning. We stood frozen around the campsite, our eyes locked on the word laid out in sticks and needles between the tents. No one wanted to move first. No one wanted to admit that the forest was speaking to us in its own crude way. The air felt heavy, too still, as if even the breeze had been ordered to stay away. Heather clutched my arm, so tightly that her fingernails pressed into my jacket. Owen's face was pale, beneath the smudge of dirt across his cheek. His lips parted as though he were about to say something, but couldn't form the words. The sun had nearly gone, bleeding the sky into streaks of purple and red. In the deepening dusk, the shadows between trees thickened until they looked less like shadows and more like openings. Doorways into something darker than night. We should leave, Heather whispered. Her voice cracked as though the words themselves might draw attention. We can't stay here. I wanted to agree. My body screamed for it, every nerve begging me to grab my pack and sprint down the trail until my legs gave out. But when I opened my mouth, no sound came. Something about the word carved into our tents, scrawled on trees laid out in front of us, it felt binding. A command you couldn't easily disobey. Owen shook his head hard, finally finding his voice. If this is a prank, someone's watching us. If it's not, then running blind in the woods at night is worse. He bent down, scattering the pine, needle letters with one quick swipe of his hand. The sticks broke, the word destroyed. There. It's nothing. Just nothing. But the moment he did it, a low sound rose from the trees. It wasn't the cry of any animal I knew, though it carried something like a growl under its breath. It was stretched, pulled into an awful shape that sounded disturbingly close to laughter. It echoed between trunks, circling us, and the hair rose on the back of my neck. Heather tugged me back toward our tent. Inside. Now. We scrambled, pulling zippers closed as if thin nylon could shield us. I lay there in the dark, listening to the rustle of Heather's breathing, too fast and shallow to mean sleep. Outside, the forest grew louder. Branches snapped. Leaves shuffled. The noises never came from one direction for long. They circled us like a predator stalking its prey, careful not to show itself. Then the scratching started again. This time it wasn't the long drag of claws on fabric. It was closer, sharper. Something etched itself into the dirt just outside the tent. The sound of lines carved into soil, over and over, deliberate strokes. I couldn't stop myself. I shifted to the side, pressing my eye against the faint gap where the zipper teeth met. At first, I saw only darkness, broken by the faint silver outline of trees. Then movement. Something hunched close to the ground, one long arm dragging along the dirt. It scraped, lifted, scraped again. The shape was too tall for a man, but its movements were jerky, wrong. The moonlight caught on something pale where its head should be. Not fur, not skin, but smooth, like the underside of bone. It was writing. The thing scrawled into the dirt, circling the tents again, dragging its claws in letters, far too neat for chance. I couldn't breathe as I watched the word form, stroke by stroke, over and over until the ground was riddled with it. Sty. I jerked back from the zipper, clamping a hand over my mouth to stop the scream rising in my throat. Heather's hands gripped my wrist, desperate. Her eyes were wide, shining with fear, silently asking what I had seen. I shook my head, not daring to tell her, not daring to say it aloud. The scratching stopped. For a few minutes, there was silence, broken only by the frantic drumming of my pulse in my ears. I thought maybe it had left. Then something pressed against the tent wall. Not a claw this time. A hand. Flat, broad, with fingers too long. The tips ending in sharp points. They pressed hard enough to bow the fabric inward, tracing lines across it. One finger dragged downward, cutting clean through, splitting nylon until a thin slit opened. Heather let out a small sob. The creature didn't enter. Instead, it slid its fingers slowly away, leaving the tear gaping. After a moment, footsteps receded into the trees. The night grew quiet again, though the silence now felt cruel, like being abandoned in the middle of a game you didn't know the rules to. We didn't sleep. Morning came gray and thin, the forest cloaked in mist that muffled sound. When I unzipped the tent, I found the ground covered in writing. Dozens of the word, claw, scored into dirt. Each one overlapping, as if written by something trying to learn, trying to practice, until it was perfect. Owen stood outside his tent already, his face drawn and hollow. His tent had been torn. 3 long slashes ripped through one wall. He didn't look at me when he spoke. "It doesn't want us to leave." Heather snapped, her voice trembling with anger. "Then it can go to hell. We're not staying out here to die." We packed in silence, fumbling with straps and stakes, our hands clumsy with exhaustion. By the time we set off down the trail, the mist had thickened, swallowing the woods in a pale veil. It felt like walking inside a dream, every tree fading into ghostly shapes. Hours passed, though it was impossible to tell how many. The trail twisted in ways I didn't remember. Sometimes it vanished altogether, forcing us to guess our direction. The deeper we walked, the more wrong everything felt. No birds called, no insects buzzed. It was as though the forest had erased every living thing but us. At last we stumbled into a clearing. For one moment I felt relief, until I realized it was the same clearing we had found the day before. The ring of sharpened branches still stood, their bark carved with the word, "Sty." Heather dropped her pack. "No," she whispered. "We didn't come back here. We couldn't have." Owen knelt, touching the dirt where grass had been flattened. He looked up at me, eyes dark. "Why never left?" The words sank into me like ice. We argued then, Heather insisting we try a different direction. Owen saying we were walking in circles, me caught between them, too afraid to choose. At last, we picked a random bearing and marched, each step fueled by desperation. But the forest had no end. The mist clung to us like damp cloth. Trees loomed closer together, their trunks scarred by the same circles, the same word. Some bore it carved hundreds of times, layered so thickly it was almost solid black. When night came again, we had no choice but to stop. Exhaustion forced us. We pitched the tents in silence, though none of us believed they offered safety anymore. That night, I dreamed. Or maybe it wasn't a dream. I stood in the clearing with the ring of sharpened branches. Only now the circle glowed faintly, as if lit from beneath by something buried in the soil. Shapes moved between the trees, tall and thin, their hands dragging claws along trunks, marking the word over and over. One of them stepped forward, and I saw its face, or what passed for one. It had no mouth, no eyes, only a smooth surface stretched like parchment over bone. Yet I heard it whisper, deep inside my skull, "Stay." I woke gasping, my throat raw. The tent was lit with pale gray dawn. Heather curled miserably beside me. Owen crouched outside, staring at something in the dirt. I crawled out to join him, and what I saw made my stomach churn. The ground around our camp was no longer scrawled with words. It was filled with circles. Perfect circles, etched so deep they cut into the roots beneath. Dozens of them encircling our tents. Trap. Heather came out then, saw them, and broke down crying. Her sobs echoed through the still forest, sounding too loud, too vulnerable. I wanted to comfort her, but the truth was too heavy. I felt the same despair clawing at me. Owen straightened slowly, his jaw clenched. "It's not telling us to stay anymore," he said. "It's making sure we do." The circles in the dirt looked endless, carved with such precision that I couldn't imagine human hands making them. They locked around us like chains we couldn't see. Heather refused to look at them, hugging her knees tight against her chest, rocking slightly as though the motion alone could shut the forest out. Owen paced the camp, his boots crunching through roots, muttering under his breath. "We need to break out," he said finally. His eyes were bloodshot wild. "If it's trying to trap us, we break the circles. We destroy them." The thought made my stomach turn, but I nodded anyway. Anything felt better than sitting there waiting for night to fall again. Owen grabbed a branch and began dragging it across the dirt, breaking lines, smearing symbols until the perfect geometry fractured. The sound was harsh wrong, like scraping against something alive. Heather didn't move to help. She stared blankly at the trees. Her lips moved faintly, whispering something I couldn't hear. When the last circle was broken, the forest exhaled. That was the only way I can describe it. A rush of wind tore through the clearing, bending trees, scattering leaves. The air turned colder in an instant, biting against my face. For a moment, I thought we had won. Then I heard the laughter. It didn't come from one place, but everywhere at once, layers of it twisting around us. Some high and childlike, some guttural and raw, some that sounded disturbingly like our own voices played back. My breath caught in my throat. Heather clamped her hands over her ears and screamed. Shapes moved in the mist. Long, limbed, too tall, gliding more than walking. Their pale faces turned toward us, smooth and eyeless, yet somehow watching. The air vibrated with their whispers. "Stay, stay." Owen dropped the branch and grabbed my arm. "Run." We bolted. Crashing through the undergrowth, our packs abandoned, the clearing swallowed behind us. The mist thickened, swallowing light, swallowing distance. Branches clawed at my arms, tore at my clothes. My lungs burned, every breath sharp as knives. I didn't dare look back. Heather's sobs followed close behind, ragged and panicked. Owen stayed just ahead, breaking a path through brambles. But no matter how far we ran, the forest didn't change. The trees pressed tighter, their trunks marked with clawed words, circles etched into bark, spirals burned into moss. At last, we burst into another clearing, and froze. It was the same one. The ring of sharpened branches still stood, the word carved deep into their bark. We had run in a perfect circle. Heather collapsed to her knees, her cries breaking into hiccuping gasps. Owen cursed violently, kicking at the ground, his voice cracking under the weight of it. It's playing with us. We're not getting out. I stood trembling, staring at the circle of stakes. They hummed faintly, like a living thing. My dream from the night before came rushing back, the glow, the shapes circling. It wasn't just a trap, it was something older. A ritual. The whispers grew louder, pressing against my skull, drowning thought. I clutched my head, trying to block them out. The word beat in my mind like a drum. Stay, stay. Heather's whispers had grown louder too. She rocked harder, clutching her chest. I caught fragments now, words buried in the mantra. We should listen, it wants us here. Safer if we stay. Owen turned on her, shaking her shoulders.
Don't say that! Don't you listen to it!
His voice cracked, desperate. Heather. Look at me. She blinked at him, dazed as though waking from a dream. Tears streaked her face. It's easier if we stop fighting. I wanted to scream at her, but I couldn't, because a part of me felt it too. The pull. The strange comfort in the idea of giving in. My legs ached, my chest hurt, my fear was a raw wound. Wouldn't it be easier just to stay? Owen grabbed my hand, grounding me. His grip was iron. Don't you dare. The forest roared then. A noise so loud it made the ground shudder, as if the earth itself were furious. The shape stepped closer, tall figures emerging fully from the mist for the first time. They towered over us, limbs bending at unnatural angles, claws dragging furrows through the dirt. Their faces, or masks, or whatever they were, tilted as one. The sound of the word rose from them in unison, vibrating the air. Stay. Heather stumbled toward them. I lunged forward, grabbing her arm, but she tore free with a strength I didn't think she had. She walked like she was sleepwalking, her face slack, eyes unfocused. Owen shouted her name, but she didn't respond. One of the creatures extended its hand, long fingers curling, beckoning, and she went to it. I'll never forget the way she looked as she stepped into its shadow. Her body seemed to blur, edges fading into the mist. She didn't scream. She didn't fight. She simply dissolved, piece by piece, until nothing remained. Silence followed, crushing and absolute. Owen fell to his knees, his voice breaking on her name. I stood frozen numb. The creatures didn't move. They only watched us, tilting their heads, as though waiting for our decision. I don't know how long we stood there before Owen forced himself to his feet. His eyes were hollow, but his jaw was set. We can't give it what it wants. His voice was hoarse. We have to break it. Somehow. He strode toward the ring of sharpened branches. Before I could stop him, he yanked one from the ground and snapped it across his knee. The crack echoed like a gunshot. A forest erupted. The creature shrieked, a sound so piercing I thought my skull would split. The mist convulsed, swirling violently. The earth trembled beneath my feet. Owen swung the broken stake like a weapon, slashing at the air, at the trees, at anything. Go to hell! He screamed. We're not staying. One of the creatures lunged, impossibly fast, its arms slashing across his chest. Blood sprayed, and Owen staggered back, choking on his breath. He swung again, striking the thing's face. The wood connected with a sickening crack, and for the first time, one of them fell. It dissolved into mist as it hit the ground. The others recoiled, their whispers faltering. For one heartbeat, there was hope. Then they surged. I ran. I don't remember choosing to, but my body knew survival when my mind couldn't. I sprinted into the trees, the screams of Owen behind me, the crash of movement, the hiss of whispers. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Branches whipped my face. Roots snagged my feet. Still I ran. The forest blurred around me, circles and words flashing, past like nightmares etched into every surface. My lungs burned, my legs screamed. But I didn't stop. And then, light. Through the trees ahead, a pale brightness filtered through, not moonlight, but something softer. I burst from the undergrowth and stumbled into another clearing. Not the same one. different, smaller. And at its center stood a fire tower, old and leaning, its watchlight faintly glowing though no power lines reached it. I collapsed at its base, gasping, my body shaking. The forest had gone silent again, though the whispers still echoed in my skull. I looked up at the tower, its windows dark except for the pale glow inside. And there, at the top, a shape moved. For one fleeting second, I thought it was Heather. The outline was almost hers. Slim shoulders, hair hanging long. She raised a hand, waving slowly. My breath hitched. But when the light shifted, I saw the face. Smooth. Watching, the wave became a beckon. A hand curling toward me. Stay. I don't remember climbing. I only remember the feeling of the stairs. Beneath my hands, the creak of old wood. The pull was irresistible, heavy as gravity. I reached the top and stepped inside. The glow swallowed me. I survived to tell this, but I don't know how. Maybe part of me stayed behind in that tower. Maybe that's what it wanted all along. All I know is that I wake each night to the sound of claws dragging across my walls, to whispers shaping my name in the dark. And every morning, written on the glass of my window in circles of condensation, I find the same word. Sty.